We're proud to bring you this live presentation on Racer TV of the 50th anniversary of the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series, presented by Specialized, an AMA National Championship. 50 years of world premier off-road racing. 50 years of battling the gnarliest woods racing on the planet. It's time to start a new chapter. The next 50 years starts now.
GNCC is back on RacerTV.com. 50 years of racing GNCC. This is going to be a historical season. It's already been on the ATV side. We're knocking off a couple of wheels. We're going two-wheel racing today. Who is going to set their foundation for the 2025 season? It all starts right here, right now on RacerTV.com. Are you ready to go GNCC racing? Craig DeLong, Johnny Gerard, mano y mano.
I think if Johnny can maybe send it around the outside like he's trying to do there.
But look at that. That is a full XC1.
Is this a NASCAR race?
It's absolutely a sensational. When things get tough, look out for Jordan Ashburn.
Racing dirt bikes, it's a lifestyle. It's something where every single choice you make sets you on the path to how you're going to succeed or perform. You live this every second of the day.
Stu hauling the mail.
Stu is one of the most gritty riders out there.
We never give up. Wise words from Stu Baylor. Up and in and swimming with the Sharks right now is Liam Draper, and he's leading the pack.
There is Gerard. Johnny Gerard, he has been stellar. Most wins on the season out of anybody.
There it is, Johnny Gerard, the champion.
Not only is Grant Davis battling for the XC2 championship, he's sitting third right now in the overall points for the year.
Grant Davis, your overall winner by 2 seconds.
And oh yeah, Caleb Russell's here too.
There's another guy in the front class. I hope I can catch him too.
3 hours is a long time. 3 hours of racing is gnarly.
I know I can show up and I know I can win on any given week.
Round number 1, 2025 has arrived, and we are ready to go racing here at the VP Racing Fuels Big Buck GNCC. The stage is set. All the big names are coming back. We've had so many champions over the last several years, and we've got some returning champion to add into the mix. It is going to be a great race. Johnny, you've been racing here for years. This is one of the longest standing races on the GNCC season, man. This track, like no other.
This track is unique for sure. There's a lot of elements to it. We've actually got Jackson Burrell standing by with our man Jared Bolton for our Yamaha track description.
All right, thanks, guys. I am indeed down here with one of our trail bosses. Jared, tell our fans at home what the track's going to look like this weekend.
Well, I'll tell you, we're looking at a beautiful racetrack. Obviously, we've got some rain in the forecast, but the good thing about Big Buck is this place takes rain incredibly well. Ground's kind of hard here, so it all kind of runs off. Never gives it a chance to get super thick and muddy. So we're actually looking at a great racetrack this weekend.
Jared, as far as obstacles go, what's going to be the worst one for these riders this weekend? Not the worst, the hardest, I should say.
So we've kept it pretty tame. We were planning on that rain, but we do have some zigzag uphills. You know, this area did get hit with Hurricane Helene, and there's a lot of trees that are laying down out in the woods, and we took that as a golden opportunity. We're zigzagging around those trees. You're going to be able to go down one row of trees, look over, see your buddy, wave at him as you're going by before you can get back on the other side there. So nothing too terribly challenging, just a really good classic cross-country race course here.
That's what we like to hear. It's time to go find that Big Buck.
All right, Jackson. Thank you and Jared for that track description. And as we see what the track's shaping up like and what these guys are going to be facing out there today, you know, they're going to be doing battle, but it seems like just yesterday we were in Indiana for the Ironman GNCC wrapping up 2024.
That's right. It wasn't that long ago. And, you know, recapping 2024, sensational season there. Obviously, Johnny Gerard wrapping up that national championship. He had great battles. You look at the points, Ashburn second, Grant Davis third, but it was Stu Baylor who was really battling with them from the majority of that season. But Johnny Gerard, the cream rises to the crop. Gerard captured that national title.
Yeah, I guess it's been a while since, I had the big old number one on my bike. And, some people say it's pressure and stuff, but I like it. I look back and look at it and say, hey, man, I earned that. And, I want to try to do it again.
And with that 2024 championship, Johnny Girard adding his name to a long list of GNCC champions who have accomplished that feat in the last 25 years.
Yeah, very impressive ride by Johnny Girard. And we bring this up because, well, we've not had a repeat champion in several years. The last guy to do that, his name was Caleb Russell. Hey, guess who's back? Caleb Russell is back. Maybe the best, worst-kept secret there was, and we had a chance to catch up with Caleb today.
As far as what the season holds, we will soon find out. You know, I'm trying to get back to where I left off, obviously, and I feel like I'm not far away from that. So we just got to get back in and knock the racing rust off and see where we stack up against these guys. There's obviously Johnny's riding really well. Stu will be there and all the other guys. So we will see where we stack up at the end of Sunday and, yeah, try to put ourselves in a good position for the year. There's a lot of guys out here that are content with just being good, and there's a few that aren't. You know, if you're content with being good and being in the race and maybe getting the podium here and there, or maybe contending for wins, then that's just not my MO and never has been.
Well, Johnny, as we watch that interview with Caleb, you know, it's pretty obvious where his mindset is. Expected nothing different out of Caleb, but there are the question marks. I think he put it best. You know, we're going to go racing. We're going to find out how this thing sorts out, especially as the season goes on. But you look back at the 4 years we did not have Caleb. We've had 4 different champions. And when we reflect back on 2021, kind of talk a little bit about how this has evolved over the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, 2021 was obviously a barn burner between Ben Kelly, Stu Baylor. Came down to that final round at Ironman, and it was a historic championship battle, and ultimately Ben Kelly coming out on top. But, man, that was one to remember for sure.
It absolutely was. It was a big, big day at Ironman. And then in 2022, injuries. And we talked about the man who was consistent all year, who just constantly had great finishes, finally clicked off some overall wins. It was Jordan Ashburn rising to the top.
Absolutely. Jordan, a great year in 2022. He's always been in the mix, but for him to put that feather in his cap of that 22 championship was really career-changing for him and a great memory for GNCC racing.
Absolutely. And then in 2023, it was Craig DeLong and Stu Baylor battling in the points all season long. But, man, Craig was the man who was consistent late in the season and finally sealing the deal on that championship, taking away another number 1 plate from the fan favorite, Stu Baylor, but a well-earned title by Craig.
Absolutely. And Craig was another one of those riders, hadn't really had a lot of wins and success up front prior to 2023. But, man, once you get that ball rolling, and that trend transitioned right into 2024. You know, first-time winners, guys that hadn't won many races.
That's it.
Once you get the ball rolling in 2024, that man was Johnny Girard.
And there was 7 winners in 7 rounds, 8 total winners that season. Yep. And then we look back at last season, and early on it was a lot of talk between Johnny Girard and Stu. Johnny was very adamant about, man, I'm focused on the long game here. Race wins are awesome, podiums are awesome, but I want to make sure I'm finishing in front of who I need to finish in front of. Most of the season, that was Stu.
Absolutely, you know, and Johnny and Stu were locked in a pretty heated battle early on, and then mid-season it seemed like Johnny was able to just find that consistency, find that flow between winning and always being there in the high points paying positions. He really just walked off with that championship, wrapping it up several rounds early.
Well, we brought up a name a lot in that conversation, Johnny, who did not get a national championship, that being the 514 of Stu Baylor, and we had a chance to catch up with him.
Looking forward to a really good season. The weather for the weekend looks a bit rough with rain, but all of my guys, myself included, seem to excel in those conditions, so I'm really looking forward to this first round of racing here at the Big Buck GNCC in Union, South Carolina.
Well, really cool to hear from Stu. You know, as we mentioned, the pressure's on him. I think he puts that pressure on himself as well, rightfully so. They've made some changes on that team with team manager Ryan Sipes. We'll see how it all plays out. But, Johnny, I think the biggest thing is, we've talked about it off air even, the amount of former champions in the XC1 ranks, the amount of guys that have race wins, we've never seen talent this deep.
No, it's guys champions dating all the way back to, you know, Josh Strang, and I don't say all the way back, but Josh admittedly going up there in the years. Won his championship in 2010, I believe it was, and he's still out here doing battle, capable of race wins, capable of throwing himself in the championship mix, and so many guys. I mean, you can't look past Thad Duvall. You know, the guys that have won races, to me, the one that stands out, Grant Davis. I mean, he might only have 2 wins, but he's on a meteoric rise to the top right now, and he has to be considered right off the rip, round 1, for potential race winner, and throw himself himself in the mix for the championship.
I'm throwing a couple more names out there. Liam Draper obviously has been sensational since moving up into the XC1 class, clicking off podiums, having great success there. And then another guy that we've mentioned a lot with Liam Draper is the 282, now the number 8 of Mike Wachowski on that Honda ride, or Phoenix Racing Honda. He's just not quite had that full, perfect 3-hour race yet. I think that's coming this season, maybe today.
With the established champions and race winners, plus the hungry guys behind them, you've got to wonder, what is the limit for race winners this season? We might see more than 8.
Let's go.
Could we see 13 different winners and 13 different rounds? We know it's going to be exciting. We know we're getting ready to get started here. We're going to let our man Mikey Waynes head out. He's going to go down, make some 10-second calls, and get this race underway. We're going to get you guys a word from our sponsors, and we're going to be back with all of the racing action live on Racer TV.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? Don't do that.
This reminds me of my bike.
The wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Bogging off the bottom. Let's take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a night. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized E-Turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready. And a good afternoon. Want to welcome everybody watching at home on RacerTV.com. We are, for those just tuning in, still in a little bit of a time delay waiting on them to get track sweep wrapped up. I think they're close, but we're also waiting on our trail bosses, Ryan Eccles, as well as Jared Bolton. And once they're down here, we'll get a riders meeting underway. Go over some safety things. I've lost some weight, but I don't think there's any way I'm fitting through that barrier right there. So we'll come down here. We'll kill some time, and I'll keep my eyes out for Josh Strang, or is it Josh Strang? They had Josh Strang on the mine. I saw him a moment ago. Keep our eyes out for Jared Bolton and Ryan Eccles. And I tell you what, hi, Racer TV. We may start with Mike Wachowski. We'll see if that speaker plays nice with me, since Mike's right up here, man. Mike, we're going to kill some time. I'm going to put you on the spot. One, you got the dog in the back pad. We need that on Racer TV. Look at this, folks at home. My goodness, if that's not a GNCC dog, I don't know what is. That's got to set the mind at ease a little bit, right?
Oh, yeah. Bring your kid to work almost.
I like it, man. Well, hey, we talked in the VP Racing Fuels pre-race report a little bit. We got to chat. Good off-season for you. We look back at 2024. You had some sensational rides. Just wasn't quite able to get over that hump of putting it on the box or grabbing one of those wins, but I think that's on the radar here this year.
Yeah, definitely. Had a really good off-season. Worked really hard, and obviously, just last year didn't put it all together, and this year just looking to take what I learned last year and put it to this year. So kind of a new look this year, and a bunch of good people in my corner, and we can definitely make it happen.
Mike, new look. We're talking about the number 8, man. You've been the 282. I think doing locals back in Indiana. I remember you being on like micros on the 282. What was the decision behind the change?
Yeah, so obviously 282 my whole career, and just needed a change. We had to make something happen and just bring a new identity of myself and kind of just a new vision. I wanted to rebrand myself, and number 8 was the move, and a lot of good signs behind it, and looking to have some good luck with it.
I like it, man. I'm gonna let you get back to it, let you get dialed, get focused. We'll move over here. I see Craig's bike. I don't see Craig. Come with me. I feel like I'm on This Old House right now, and all the kids at home are like, what the heck is This Old House? We'll put Stu on the spot. He pulled up right here next to me, so we're just going to go with it. Stu, fashionably late. I like it, dude.
I was here. I just had.
Yeah, well, you're still early. I mean, we're killing time, so you're still technically early.
I had to go take a leak. I was here. I promise. I was actually booked ahead of some of the guys, and then I wanted to show up fashionably late.
I like it, man. I like it. Well, Stu, talk to us in off season. Some changes for you. You brought in Ryan Sipes, and I can't remember. I think it was Mac posted a picture of you and Jake. By the way, congratulations on the new baby. But man, you look fighting weight and focused.
Yeah, definitely. Just the ability to refocus in on racing. Like, we all know that racing comes to an end, and I was, I guess, selfishly arrogant and said that I could do it better than other teams that I'd ridden for. So that's what I did, and that was my goal at that point. And now everything's kind of up and rolling. Knew that I needed to kind of sit in another seat and go back into focusing on racing. I'm kind of seeing that I have a lot more years behind me than in front of me. So, I really wanted to give it a couple more years of 100% effort, and that's the focus right now.
I love that, man. Well, you've been a dad for a while, and you were a dad times 2 here recently. Jade carried this baby for 10 months. Man, congratulations to you both. But how has that changed, or has it changed the perspective at all, or is it, I got to go get race wins and race win checks?
Last time when we had Levi, I went on a string of wins. I think we won 13 nationals that year. So I'm just hoping that whatever happened that year in 2021 can repeat.
I like it. I'm going to leave it at that. Let you get focused and dialed, Stu. Thank you. Let's see. Craig is out and about. I see Liam Draper over there. We'll talk to the 198. Liam, how the heck are you, buddy?
Doing good. Just ready to get the show on the road.
Me too, dude. We're chilling. You're in the shade. I got to keep my eyes out for Eccles. You're chilling in the shade. You got the right idea, dude.
Yeah, chilling in the shade with the white gear. It should look good after the first lap.
That's exactly it. Well, Liam, let's talk about the big jump into the XC1 last season. A perfect fit for you. You came out. I mean, we had pretty decent expectations for you, and I think you blew those out of the water. Did you feel like you were capable of what you accomplished, or did it kind of take you by surprise and you're like, man, I can do this?
Yeah, the 4 podiums definitely exceeded my expectations. I really enjoy the buckwheat. It's a place I'm very familiar with, so I expected myself to do well there, but to finish on the box all 4 was pretty cool to start my XC1 career.
So you've had all off season to kind of reflect on that, and hey, this is pro racing. It's all about what have you done for me lately. So what's the mindset coming in here to round 1?
Yeah, it's definitely a different mindset now with the conditions out there. It throws a lot more factors into what can happen today. So try to get this bike and myself to the finish line and get some good points and head to Florida here in 2 weeks. So yeah, today's going to be a tough day.
Day of survival, man. I'm going to let you get back to it, get redialed. Craig's out and about. All right, that's fair. Craig is out and about, getting his mind right. We're here for it. Jordan is out and about. Okay, that's cool. I see Ben. I see Johnny Gerard. I see Thad Duvall. We'll keep shooting the breeze. Ben is focused. He won't even make eye contact with me. I thought we were homies, dude.
I was hoping you wouldn't see me over here.
He's hiding. He's hiding. Ben, thanks for coming out Friday night. By the way, FanFest, we got to chat a little bit about last season and obviously coming off recovering from surgery and the injury and all those things. How you feeling now?
I'm feeling good. Had a solid off season and feeling strong, feeling fit, feeling fast. Bike's feeling good, and now we just see what happens. First race of the year, it's going to be tough conditions. Going to have to be a little smart out there, I think, with some of them mud holes, but with the sun and the wind, hopefully should tack up pretty good for us, and we'll have some good battles.
Good battles, man. Well, I love that perspective. Coming into a season, I don't know if any of you guys are ever 100%. I think that's just out the window. But as close to that as you have been, probably since the championship run or early in the next season following, man, that's got to be a confidence boost.
Yeah, definitely. I've had some heavy injuries the past few years, and I've been doing this for a long time now, I guess. So, just wear and tear on the body. It's just the way it is. It's just new normal for me now. But, yeah, feeling good. Like I said, I had a good off-season, was able to ride the whole time, and on a bike that I've rode the past couple of years, so comfortable and just ready to rip.
All right, brother, I'm going to let you get redialed. There is Ben Kelly. We'll step over here to the champ, the #1 plate, fully on display. Johnny Gerard, congratulations on 2024. Now you just got to go out and do it again.
Yeah, for sure. It's easy as that.
That's it. So just go out, do your work, man. Well, we talked on Friday. I'm not going to duplicate those questions, but you are a guy that is legitimately you versus you. You don't seem to really worry about what other guys are doing. Is that still the focus as you're about to line up here?
Yeah, for sure. I just always want to focus on obviously myself and, if I'm healthy or sick or injured or whatnot. But, right now I feel pretty good. And, health-wise feel good, injury-free. And, it's definitely going to be a tricky race today, just trying to stay out of those deep mud holes. But other than that, the track looks pretty good, and I'm excited to get it going.
Mint and ready. Podium, is that the goal? I know you were focused on the long game last year. Can we podium? Can we get you to say, I'm going to win today?
I'm going to win today. But, I just want to, I just want to get some good points for sure. I mean, obviously everyone knows you can't win a championship here, but you can sure lose one. So I did it in 2022. So let's just be smart and let's get it to go into Florida.
I like it. And he said it. He said he's going to win today. I think he was mocking me a little bit, but no. Thad Duvall, man, first of all, welcome back to the XC1, dude.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Had a year getting whooped up by the boys, so hopefully made me a better man.
Well, man, talk to us about how this came about for you, getting a ride here in 2025, and what was kind of behind you making the decision, I want to jump back up into row 1.
Sit on the line at Ironman, I was like, hey, this is it, this is done, and was having a really good race, and just had some issues, but kind of was like, man, might be done. Kind of didn't really know what to do. Went home and just enjoyed being a factory rider for the last couple of months. Hunted a bunch and took Jacoby hunting a bunch. Just kind of enjoyed it while I was still getting paid. And November rolled around and kind of was like, man, kind of want to race. It was pretty late, but started working on some stuff, and then got a call from Kevin and Bill, and it's skyrocketed from there. It's turned into a good deal and kind of a blessing in disguise a little bit. Kind of rejuvenated me a little bit. Got to go to Florida for the last 2 months with some boys, and feel really good. Probably the best I felt. And I was a little worried coming back on the KTM after being on a aluminum frame, but I've been blown away with just the bike itself, and glad to be back on a 350 after ringing a 250 all last year. So I'm excited to be back. Conditions are I don't know. I ride really good in it for some reason. I hate it, but looking forward to today. Just being smart. I feel like kind of maybe got a little bit of age on some of the guys, maybe some racecraft. So just be smart and be smooth and try to get through this race and get a good gear going.
I like it. Thank you, Thad. As always, when we come back here to Ryder Lafferty, sneak in, get beside you. Ryder, how the heck are you?
Good. Doing good.
Good, man. Well, talk to us, man. What's the expectation coming into today? You had some high points, some low points, probably more than you wanted last season, but a fresh start here this year.
Yeah, last year was horrible. So got a new bike, new team, new program. Not even team, just a bunch of us misfits. A lot of these teams and everybody, they've counted me out. I didn't have a job, so I'm just here kind of to have some fun, and because I want to still race my dirt bike. And like Thad was saying, I could have been done too, and I'm too young and still too talented, I feel like, so I'm going to keep trucking.
I love that mentality, man. So is it, again, kind of a you versus you thing, like I want to go out there and prove this for myself more than anything else?
Yeah, for sure. I still feel like I have a lot in the tank, and after 1 year XC1 and didn't have great results, I didn't want to go out like that. I want to still accomplish some stuff and see what I can do.
Like it, man. Ryder, I'm going to let you get dialed. I'm going to turn around right here. Ricky, Russell, brother, on the Triumph. And over here, I talked with DK a little bit, man. We're going to mix some things up this year. But, Ricky, welcome back to 2025, man. And how did this come about, rocking the Triumph?
Just end of last year, got to talking to Al at Enduro Engineering, and one thing came to another, and he contacted Triumph, and they're doing great things in Supercross, so now we just got to go do great things for them in off-road.
Love that mentality, man. Well, Ricky, I think if anybody's capable, you certainly are, man. How you feeling here in 2025?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling a lot better than last year. I came into last year injured and just kind of had issues all year. I'd get a little better, and then re-injure myself, get a little better, and just drug on through the whole year, and it was a struggle. And then towards the end of the year, I was feeling like myself again, but it was too little, too late. We had some decent results, and that's how I got a little bit of a help going here, and real happy with it. We came into this year strong and healthy, so I'm excited to get out there and show what we're working on.
And you got your buddy DK back with you. That's got to feel pretty good, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's funny. We got the band back together, so it's kind of funny how it circled back around, but it's awesome because DK is awesome.
I couldn't agree more. I'm a fist bump me there, DK. Have some fun out there today, guys. Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate you as always. Lyndon Snodgrass, camera operator, he's working through here, man. Lyndon, what is going on here on the Husqvarna here this year, man? This is the Lyndon Snodgrass show this year.
Oh yeah, we're running it all by myself here. Got my mates out here helping me. Got Palmer Motorsports crew from Denver out here. Cody right here, he's been firing up, prepping the bike with all sorts of foam and stuff for the mud, and Tyler's been working hard, he built it up for me, and Andrew's already starting to drink a few beers, so I don't know how that's going to go, but looking forward to it. Obviously, conditions are pretty wild, but we'll go out there, we'll do the best we can, and hopefully get up to a good start.
Well, man, like I've talked to a couple of the other guys, the privateer mission, it becomes you against you, proving something to yourself, maybe even showing some of the factory teams like, hey, y'all made a mistake. I'm still the guy. I'm capable. Is that kind of the message you're trying to send?
Yeah, for sure. I got a few podiums last year. I kind of proved to myself that I can be up here. I guess everyone else doesn't really seem to know that yet. But we'll come out this year and we'll have a dig, and plenty of people running their mouths, and we'll go see how it goes.
I like it, man. Stir the pot, brother. I like it. There you go. Lyndon Snodgrass right there, talking shop. Josh Strang, man, a man of many hats. I feel like you and I have talked more than we ever have this weekend, which is a good thing, man. Coming back and racing here in the XC1, and team manager for the Beta team as well, man. Walk us through that a little bit.
Yeah,
Busy. Like I said, I think I talked to you 3 or 4 times. It's been busy. So excited. I really just want to get things underway, and once we get rolling, I think it'll kind of become maybe a little less busy. Who knows? Might be more busy. We'll see. But yeah, I'm just excited to be back here, being given the opportunity to go race again. You know, it's this is my 19th season. I'm grateful for it. You know, so.
I'm going to have fun, and if the opportunity comes up to take a podium or a win, you know,
they don't come. Some of these people will learn that they don't come often, and once you get along in your career, they come even less often. So, if there's an opportunity there for me to grab something, you better believe that I'll be trying to grab it. So, just want to go out, have some fun. You know, prove that the Beta is a capable and great bike. So that's my goal.
I love that, man. When we were talking earlier in the pre-race report, you mentioned something that kind of struck me was you got all these extra responsibilities as a team manager, things that you really never thought about as a rider. And then you said, but man, when I get to go get some seat time, it's like all out the window. Like this is relaxing to me. And I think a guy that's having fun on his bike is a dangerous rider for anybody else. So is that kind of the mindset now? Once the flag drops, like, okay, I get to go have some fun.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good having fun. This is why we all started racing motorcycles in the first place. None of these guys here are making enough money to go retire off it, you know. So you need to enjoy it, whether it's a day like today where it's muddy and windy, or a day that's dusty, or a complete downpour. You know, you need to put a smile on your face and enjoy it.
I love it. Josh Strength, thank you. Hey, Racer TV, sounds like Ryan Eccles. I can't quite see over there, but I believe we are ready. So, folks, if you are here at the race, for your continued undivided attention, as we will now turn the microphone over to our trail boss for a course description, Mr. Ryan Eccles.
Thank you, Mikey. Yeah, we're almost there, guys. We thought we were going to get there a little earlier than we did, and it's getting a little hard to get those guys out of the woods. So, yeah, you guys are going to take off from the start here. You guys come around the back and start just at the 1 mile mark. You come back around the auxiliary pro pits, guys. You will bypass that first time. Next time through, you guys will head through there. You got to jump out in a little bit of trackside before you dive back down in the woods. So especially listen up the first lap right there when you go back down over the hill about the 1.5. It's real bad on the outside. You can still make it on the outside, but we move some ribbons and stuff over on the inside. You guys make a hard right at the end of that string, and there's no water. Might be a little ruts from the morning, but it definitely isn't as bad as the outside. So you guys will get up through that. You'll be under that, the flat rocks out through there. That stuff's not too bad. You guys get out through that. Back down over the hill past the 2 mile mark. From that corner for up till past the 2.5, guys, you're going to ride a rut pretty much the entire way up through that. So you'll get up through there, drop back down over the hill. Stuff's not too bad all the way out. Close to the 3, you won't see the 3. Where we changed it earlier. You guys end up making a right there. And it gets you back on the track again. You run back and forth. Back here behind the start again. You guys won't do that little hill climb down here around the back. Same as the morning there. Over to the 4 mile mark, down along the creek. Same like that. You guys are going to do the same thing there. You guys are not going to drop across that creek like the PM did yesterday. So that'll take you past the 5. You guys will go into where we cut all those logs. So we didn't put the morning in there. You guys should enjoy that a whole lot more. There shouldn't be nearly the ruts. So you guys will get through that, back down, another uphill there over to the 6 mile mark. You guys through that planted pines from the 6 over to the 7. About the 7.25, guys, you guys are going to break off. You guys are going to go out to the 8 mile mark. That first, a couple hundred yards, it's going to get a little slimy there for a while until you guys get some ruts in that. After that, get up top beside that road out there. It's really good. So you guys get through that. Come back over, you tie back in from where the morning was over to the 9 mile mark, work your long way along that fence line, all the way out to the front to 10. You'll be in and out of some trackside stuff to 11, back around. And when you get over to the 12 mile mark, I'd imagine most of you seen it right, probably the last lap of the morning race. We actually took that out right at the 12. So when you come to it, you guys are going to go around the edge of those trees, and I'll bring you back up to the finish. Another little piece of woods there. You guys will head through the pro pits and then come back over here. So shortening it, we really haven't shortened it a whole lot. So you guys are really pretty close to 12 miles still. So good luck, have fun, and make sure you really pay attention to those arrows, because there's some lines out there that we've opened up that keep you out of the bad stuff. So.
Racers, now that you've had an opportunity to inspect the race course,
have heard the race procedures and a description of the race course. If you feel that either you or your machine is not prepared, then now's the time for you to withdraw for a complete refund of your entry fee. No questions asked. It is your responsibility to operate your machine in a safe manner, maintaining control at all times. Extreme caution is required when approaching areas with a high concentration of fans. Do not take unnecessary risks that endanger the safety of fans. You will be penalized for reckless racing. Fans, due to the nature of GNCC racing, there is no fence barrier around the racecourse. It is your responsibility to keep yourself and your children a safe distance from the racecourse. Never turn your back on oncoming racers. Use extreme caution when crossing the racecourse. And remember, stay off the racetrack. For the safety of everyone, unauthorized drones are prohibited and will be confiscated. Finally, unauthorized pit vehicles are prohibited and may be confiscated. Motorcycles, minicycles, and electric mountain bicycles with a throttle are prohibited. Absolutely no pit vehicles permitted in the woods or on the racetrack. Crew members are prohibited from using pit vehicles during the race. Thank you for your cooperation. Have fun and race safe.
Well, thank you for that once again, voice of Griff Cotter. And with that wrapped up now, we continue to ask for your undivided attention as we will turn the microphone over to our event director, Mr. Tim Cotter.
Thank you, Mike. I told you this morning it was a Chamber of Commerce day. It's turned out to be that now, but we're going to have a lot of fun today. We're really grateful you're here. And before I get started, I just want to talk about an incident that happened last evening. One of our spectators was here cheering on riders, had his family with us, and suffered a cardiac arrest last evening here at the finish line near the youth track. And we lost Mark Knight last evening. He was a local fan. He passed away while being with his granddaughter at the dirt bike races. So let's think about Mr. Knight today. We're excited that we have started our 50th year, a half a century of racing. And we've been here, Henry, how long? 25? Come on over here, Henry. We're still waiting on him to fix some things in the woods. Folks, this is Henry Turner. Henry is the landowner here. I believe we've been here close to 20. Come on, you'll tell me. He's got that real low voice, that southern drawl. Henry used to be an airplane pilot. You could hear the captain, Henry's voice would come over and say, "Buckle up." Henry, how many years have we been here?
Been here 29 years.
29 years. That's a long time. And we couldn't go racing without folks like Henry. We have 13 facilities that are like Henry, and they're hard to find. Put your hands together for Henry and his son, Hank, and all the Turners. They work all year round to try to promote this event. And Henry, I'm sorry it rained and we tore the place up, but we've done it before.
You did it before and fixed it back. I couldn't believe it's just like it was before. But
I think our boys will do the same. They'll get it all cleaned up for you. Our men and women on that cleanup crew will really get it cleaned up. Henry, we really appreciate what you do for us and allowing us to come racing in Union County.
we have to support each other.
We do.
Neither one of us could do it by ourselves.
No question, no question. But we couldn't do it without a family like the Turners and Henry Turner. He truly is one of our heroes today. Thank you, Henry, very, very much for your continued support and allowing us to come racing here at
Big Buck Ranch.
I'd like to bring Josh Strang over. Josh, if you could make your way over. You know, Josh is very sensitive and has a warm spot in his heart for the military men and women that support our sport and that race in our sport. And each year, Josh tries to do something special for the champion of the warrior class. And he was unable to make the banquet this year in Northern Ohio. So Josh is here with us today. And if we could have Matt Modick come up. Matt was in the warrior class. He's now in one of the A classes. Matt, if you could please make your way up here to the meet. Yes, this is still the meet. It's called the Mobile Entertainment Activation Transporter, MEET. Changed the acronym, but it is still the meet. Here comes Matt now. So Josh, tell me what you're thinking here.
Yeah, it's just something that I've wanted to do. You know, I've got a couple of buddies that are retired and in the military here in the US. It's something that I've always read about throughout my life, and something that I really appreciate everyone doing, these guys especially. And this is just something small that I feel like I can give back. You know, it's not much, but it's something that I like to do, and I've done this my third helmet now. And honestly, I was trying to get out of it last year. It was just, it was like, it's an expense that I'm happy to pay, but it's like it is an expense. And last year, most people know that it wasn't the best year financially for me. And I talked to Matt's wife, and she gave me this story that it's better to read about it. And when she sent it to my wife and I, my wife was in tears, and I was like, you know what, I can't not do a helmet for him. Like, he's worked hard for the championship last year, and unfortunately we couldn't get it ready for the banquet, but here it is today. So he was in the US Army, and then he's a brickie. Well, that's what we call him in Australia, a brickie, so a labourer. And then we've got his 6 kids' names on the visor here as well. So.
All right, Matt, you're getting a one-of-a-kind. That's a beautiful helmet with the Army colors, got the names of his 6 children, and on the back it's Matt, and it is, the text looks like red brick, thus bricky. So ladies and gentlemen, Matt, we appreciate all that you've done for our country. We are grateful that you are here racing with us today, and on behalf of your GNCC racing family, we thank you. All right. Yeah, we are still on a hold. So let's talk a little bit about the 50-year celebration. Todd Huffman is with us today and his film crew, and we are in the midst of producing a movie. It's called Blackwater the movie, and they will be following us all year long and asking for stories and asking for maybe coming into your pit to video you, to talk to you, whatever the case may be. But Todd and his group are on a mission to create something very special, not just for us to memorialize 50 years of racing, but also for motorcyclists around the world to enjoy and see truly what GNCC is. So, Todd, we thank you and your team for all that you've done and all that you will do. And we are excited for the summer or fall of 2026 for the release of Blackwater, the movie. Also, December, first week of December, I believe it's December 7-ish, we're all going on a cruise, a 50-year GNCC celebratory cruise. Each class winner, I think in this race, all classes are lined up, but check. There'll be an asterisk by your class name on the website. If there is that asterisk, the winner of each class will be awarded a cruise, and we're going to the Caribbean for a couple of days and enjoy each other in December 2025. We'll also have an opportunity for family members and spectators and fans to go. Keep an eye on the website and our press releases, and we'll get it out as soon as we can on how to purchase the cruise, so we all get on the same boat and enjoy each other for several days in December. So a lot going on, not just here at Big Buck, but throughout the year. Let's talk briefly about Talladega. You know, we were able to get Talladega on the schedule. NASCAR had to work around some things. We were actually trying to go to Talladega at round 1, but the Daytona 500 is happening today, and their staff at Talladega are in Florida. But talking to Jeff Russell and the team that went down and pre-trip Talladega,
Jeff Russell said this racetrack is going to be fantastic. It's absolutely virgin woods. No motorbikes have been in there except these guys when they showed up a month or so ago to pre-trip it and to cut some trail. So they're very excited about the Talladega venue. Now, a lot of people say, are we really going to be in the Speedway? No. We're going to be next to the Speedway. The parking lot next to the Speedway, and they have 400 or 500 acres of woods and forest to race in. It's going to be great parking. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're gonna enjoy the Talladega Nights theme, and so we hope that you will come and be a part of that historic event. We come from Davis, West Virginia, 50 years ago, and now our rigs are going to roll into Talladega Superspeedway some 50 years later. That's a tremendous contrast from what we started with in the 70s. Many of you have been, how many second generation GNCCers do we have out there? If you're a second generation, put your hand up, meaning maybe my mom or my dad rode. We got some second generations out there. I think you guys are probably not paying attention because I know there's quite a few. How about a third generation? I know we have third generations. The Duvals are third generations, I believe. Just talked to Susie Duvall. They've been coming to GNCCs for 32 years. That's a long time to be coming out and enjoying each other in the woods. Truly, when we say we're a GNCC racing family, I believe we truly are a GNCC racing family. Again, while we got some time to kill, let's talk about the pit riding situation. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to your families. Thank you for understanding. We wish that we could just let you ride anywhere you want, on anything you want, but we're just not able to do that, and you have embraced it. So we very much appreciate that, and we thank you for your continued efforts there. That's how we're going to be able to continue to go racing. We've got some more changes on the way that we'll be announcing soon. Also, I do want to remind you we're a bit lenient here, and campfires are going to have to be in a contained, raised campfire apparatus. So something like you get at Tractor Supply. I know that's a learning curve. So just keep that in mind. If you want to have a campfire, we encourage you to bring one of those metal apparatuses that raise the fire and keep it from spreading. That's a new rule as well that our insurance company is handing down. So we really do appreciate y'all and passing that word along. Are we ready? We are? Okay. They just gave me the green light, so we are ready to go. So before every race, and this is one of the things that we are most proud of, before every race, we ask you that we get in an attitude of prayer. And it's been since late October since we've heard the voice of Ricky Towery. So I ask you now to get in an attitude of prayer and listen to these inspiring words from Ricky Towery.
Thank you, Tim. And let's go to the Lord this afternoon. Let's have a word of prayer together. Heavenly Father, we do thank you for bringing us all together safely as we begin this new season, 2025, 50 years of racing. Lord, just let us have a good year, make some more memories, and have some good fun. This afternoon, we ask that you would watch over these riders, that you would keep them safe. Let them go out there and have a good time together. We do thank you for the Turner family, for letting us use this property to have some fun on. Continue to bless that family. And our military men and women, the ones serving now and the ones served before us. Lord, we thank you so much for them. The ones that serve now, protect them each and every day. Keep them safe. And our leaders, Lord, at the high level and the local level, help them make the right decisions for our country every day. And our local policemen, firemen, and paramedics, and all our communities across the United States, every day serving to protect us. Keep them safe and watch over them. Lord, we've been coming here a long time. There have been a lot of good memories made at this place. We just ask that maybe this afternoon there could be a few more memories made. And then later on today, we'll start heading down the road home. We just ask that you would take us all home safely so that one day we're going to get back together and we're going to have some more fun like this. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that, Ricky. And now, as Ricky Towery will begin to make his way over into turn number 1, we'd like to ask our XC2 riders if you're able to dismount your machine and step forward to that XC1 line along with our staff. You will lead us by example. Thank you, fellas, and some ladies out there as well. Now, without further ado, we ask for your continued undivided attention. We ask that you please stand at attention, remove your hats, and cross your hearts as we listen to a live singing of our national anthem by South Carolina's own Amy House.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early lights what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, all right, all right. My goodness, if that doesn't get you fired up and feeling patriotic, I don't know what will. How about a 3-hour race? That ought to help. Yeah, buddy. We are just about ready to set it off now. You need paperwork, Big John. I got you, buddy. I got you. That's on me. Oh, thank you. But without further ado, we want to meet our starting row for the XC1 Pro class. Never before in GNCC history, my bad, have we had this many, we got this, baby, this many former national champions of the XC1 Pro class. We got some names coming back to the XC1, gonna be a good race day. We've done all the bench racing we can do, and now it's time to get to the nitty-gritty. So, folks, without further ado, your starting row for the XC1 Pro class. Rolling to the line first, the number 1 out of Boonville, North Carolina, aboard the FMF Factory Racing KTM, Johnny Gerard. Rolling to the line next, the number 3 out of Livingston, Tennessee, on a Flat Rock Motor Club Factory Gas Cast, Jordan Ashburn. Rolling to the line next, the 514 out of Hodges, South Carolina, on the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Red Bear Racing Kawasaki, Stu Baylor. And rolling to the line next, the 342 out of Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, on a Rockstar Energy Factory Racing Husqvarna, Craig DeLong. Rolling out next, the number 8 out of North Carolina aboard the Phoenix Racing Honda, Mike Wachowski. Up next, the 178, a rider out of Australia on the Linden Snodgrass Racing backed Husqvarna. Say hello to Linden Snodgrass. Up next, the number 7, another rider out of Australia aboard the Liqui Moly Factory Racing Beta, Josh Strang. Up next, the 198, a sensational start to his XC1 Pro career last season out of New Zealand aboard the M Pro Yamaha, Liam Draper. And a big welcome back, the 557 out of Boonville, North Carolina, riding aboard the M Pro Yamaha. Say hello and welcome back to Caleb Russell. Rolling to the line next, the 212 out of Duval, Washington, aboard the Enduro Engineering Triumph. Say hello to the rough and rowdy Ricky Russell. Up next, the 336 out of Elkin, North Carolina, aboard the Bicon Services JDP-backed Honda, Ryder Lafferty. Up next, the 530 out of Connecticut on an FMF Factory Racing KTM, Ben Kelly. And last but certainly not least, and a big welcome back to the XC1 Pro class out of Williamstown, West by God, Virginia, on the Racecraft Racing Team backed KTM, Bad Thad Duval. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your starting row for the XC1 Pro class here at the VP Racing Fuels Big Buck GNCC. Thank you, Big John. Now DJ Judd exits the meet, and Kevin Kozad exits the meet. A big welcome to Kevin Kozad as well from MXers for Jesus, filling in some big shoes, and Chuck Lemaster, and I have no doubt Chuck is watching at home. Chuck, you left it in good hands, man. Kevin has been sensational. DJ Judd jumps into the Yamaha R-Max 1000, and this is where we like to say, DJ Judd, remove the meat. And DJ Judd is heading for that exit right there on the outside line of turn number 1. Make some room. As DJ Judd makes his way off of the starting line, all eyes will fixate down into turn number 1 as we just got a thumbs up. So all eyes will fixate on Ricky Towery down in turn number 1, and we go as Ricky goes. Ricky with the head nod and says, okay, let's do this. Ricky Towery now steps out onto the track, and he lets our riders know 1 minute. 1 minute. A Landers KTM Whole Shot Award up for grabs, and we are tied, all tied. Even us watching for the national championship. That will be different after today. Enough bench racing. We're going to get down to the nitty-gritty. Look at the big outside line by Caleb Russell there. Statement race, blue flag waves. Shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. As we are just about ready to roll now. And I got to ask you, South Carolina, are you ready to go GNCC Racing? Oh, that's pretty good, but it is you who stuck out here with us on the delay. You stuck through the rain this morning, and we have been racing GNCC for 50 years. I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you ready to go GNCC Racer! 10 seconds for row number 1, the XC1 Pro. Bang, and they're off. As our riders jockey for position right up the gut. Oh, the number 1, Johnny Gerard, your defending champion, will snag the Landers KTM Whole Shot Award, an early lead as they head off into the woods and fight for position. Ricky Towery now looks down at his watch as we reset the deck for the XC2 250 Pro class. Angus Reardon, Dominic Morris, Zachary Davidson, Josh Toth, Toby Cleveland, Jason Tino, Blue Flag Waves, we got them shut down. Brody Johnson, T-Rex, Nick DeFeo, Hunter Bush, Jesse Ansley, Mike DeLosa, Dakota DeVore, Jason Liscombe, Jack Walker, Kenneth Held, Brandon George, ready to roll in 10 seconds. Grant Davis, Jonathan Johnson, and Cody Barnes. Two, 4, 6, T-Rex, Nick DeFeo. He said prior to the race, Mikey, I feel like I'm capable of a podium today. I said, what about a win? He goes, I don't know, we'll see. Well, he's off to a good start. Not so good for Cody Barnes, and I believe that would have been Jesse Ansley getting a little tangled up right there. FMF XC3 125 Pro Am class, Low Jack Cycle Sales Whole Shot Award up for grabs. 10 seconds. James Simpson, Tyler Shields, Isaiah Brown, Rayleigh Messer, Huck Jenkins, James Churn III, James Jenkins, Easton Uplinger, Luke Brown, and Jason Crawford. So XC3 battling for position right there in the Low Jack Cycle Sales Whole Shot. 10 seconds. 2:58. Van Adams, Colton Shields, Cooper Jones, Ryan Piper, Gavin Simon, Chase Landers, Will Steven Piper, Hunter Smith, Caleb Baltimore, Ian Potter, Gavin Hampton, Joe Cunningham, Sawyer Karatura. And that looked like the 7-Eleven of Trevor Maley out of North Canton, Ohio. Grabbing that whole shot and early lead right there as we reset with the Open A class. Ready to roll. 10 seconds. Kenton Coleman, Tyler Hammer, TJ Brown, Ty Ely, Dylan T. De La Cruz, Trevor Hewlin, Jose Mercado, Jordan Lawson, Caleb Slagle, TJ Gold, Jack Joy, Mac Reimer. Through the first turn we go. 4, 5, 6 on the helmet. That's going to be Jack Joy out of Terre Haute, Indiana on the KTM. Grabbing that whole shot and early lead. 4-stroke A lights, 34 riders in total. Joshua Connor, Meatball, Jacob McPherson, Logan Pellegrini, 10 seconds. Brady Beerbaum, Ryan Amancio, Bryce Woodrum, Wiley Tucker, Braden Baisley, Ethan Harwell, Tucker Henry, Rivers Morris, Ty Atkinson, Mason Rayner, Keegan Needler, Dominic Goff, and that's going to go to the 428. That is Brody Amos out of Lexington, Indiana, on the Husqvarna. Ooh, and the 79 getting tangled up right there on the outside of the first turn. Rough start in that one. 150A. Ready to roll next. One rider, he is pushing that machine out to the side. Having some troubles. Wait on the signal here from Ricky Towery. And Ricky says, here we go. 10 seconds. Braden Hashman, Kiefer Galliano, Joe Shriver, Michael Meyer, Colby Goodman, Jack Whalen, Dominic Griffith, Gavin Scheit, Derek Mistler, Caleb Lane, James Howard, Luke Newton, Ryder Segedy, and it's going to be the 087. That is Michael Meyer on that No Love Bullies and Action Extreme Sports backed ride, grabbing that early lead. I believe a rider out of Ohio. 10 seconds. Junior A, 25 plus. Douglas Randolph, Russell Smith, Chance Malin, Shane Whitker, Travis Hardcastle, Brandon Leggett, Coleman Brinson, Christopher Fisher, Preston Young, Wyatt Ford, Tyler Braniff, Caleb Hagan, Joshua Thack, grabbing a whole shot 4.74. That is going to be Tyler Braniff out of Terra Alta, West Virginia. There's no way I got that city name right. Not a chance, maybe. 10 seconds. Vet A, 30 plus. Corey Armstrong, Michael Jarosco, Cody Rollison, Eric Timberlake. I think that's Kirsten's brother from Racer TV, one of our camera operators. I got it right? Yes! Confirmation on the city from West Virginia. 4.46 in the meantime. That's Kevin Depew grabbing that whole shot and early lead. Blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. Senior A, 40 plus. That was a reference to me, by the way, not the guy that got the whole shot. That's talent. 10 seconds. Senior A, 40 plus. Frank Messina, Masleno Batista, Fernando Pino, Andy Shea, Joe Marsh, Scott Hopper, Dave McCall, Joe Potter, Matt Sorgi, James Bauer, Jonathan Zepka, and grabbing the whole shot. Looked like 378 on the helmet. It is. That is Joe Potter out of Hamden, New York, on the Yamaha, getting the job done early. 250B. 10 seconds. Devin Moore, Lennox Riley, Kevin Paquin, Brandon Bailey, Gabriel Davis, Dylan McDonald, Luke Matz, Michael Sturek, Samuel Tessner, Raymond Rhines, Colin Pill, Carson Kemp, Brandon Slotzer, Braden Billing, Mason Sakanikis, and Dylan Bailey. And that's going to be the 3.66, I believe, of Dylan McDonald on the Yamaha. Grabbing that whole shot and early lead right there. Open B coming up next. 10 seconds. Nate Garrison, one rider late off the line. Wait on that signal from Ricky. Here we go. Bang, flag flies. Cody Harding, Zane Dyson, Landon Bauer, Blake Freiberger, Tyler Mumford, Keegan Storms, Evan Moyer, Cameron McCoy, Austin Brunny, Austin Scherer, Landon Phillips, grabbing the whole shot 4.48. That is Landon Phillips on cue. Didn't do that on purpose, but Landon's happy about it. 4-stroke B lights, 10 seconds. Bryce Rudisell, Devin Starnes, Oliver Rack, Carlo Cleary, Dio Bridgewater, Maddox Moretz, Chase Wells, Jamison Hanlon, Dawson Jackson, Matt Gray, Zachary Weller, Colin Eberhardt, Brandon Ashley, Joseph Shalott, Cole Parlin, Brady Robbins. That's going to be the 3.34 right there at Carlo Cleary out of Pennsylvania, grabbing that whole shot. And early lead, 150B coming up next. 10 seconds. Nico Pursuti, JoJo Madison, Levi Wilkins, Charlie Simpson, Isaac Leitner, Julian Joy, Owen Mock, and Hayden Newsome. Look at that. We're spraying for mosquitoes. We love it. Love it. Nothing like it. That's the sound of our people right there, baby. Oh, little checkup from the neck up. Puts a little hot sauce on it. That was, man, I think that was the 468 of Isaac Leitner. Doing it with some style. Junior B, 25 plus. 10 seconds. Billy Saliga, Zach Cummins, Devin Bodig, Alex Stoner, Briley Stollenbarger, Austin Belaski, Tyler Daniels, Ty Wingfield, Jaden Schlegel, Dylan Kinsell, Zachary Weaver, and Walker Hashman. 3, 6, 7. That is Devin Bodkin out of Pennsylvania. Had the holograph kind of chrome looking graphics. I'm here for it. I like it. Makes the 90s kid in me happy. 10 seconds. Vet B, 30 plus. Ricky Stanley, Joseph Ward, Luan Pacheco, Andrew O'Banion, Kenton Schatzer, Sean King, Devin Hall, William Shoemaker, Jesse Murtha, Leroy Petrie, man, 372. That was Joseph Ward out of Morgantown, West by God, Virginia. I believe one more to go here. Senior B, 40 plus, ready to roll. 10 seconds. Larry Hopper, Brandon Black, Aaron McAfee, Nathan Welch, Jared Hall, Leon Whittaver, Andrew Crittenden, Chris Hart, Aldo Nunez, and Jeremy Nance. Looks like everybody is off the line. Your starting line is clear. Hold off on turn 2. 470 Might have been 477. I think it was Aldo Nunez just barely getting it right there. Could have been mistaken, but that is going to wrap things up for us for the moment. 2025 two-wheel racing on a Sunday has wrapped up, and we'll take a short commercial break. We'll get in a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with more from the VP Racing Fuels Big Buck GNCC.
I'm Johnny Gerard, and you're watching GNCC Live on RacerTV.com.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? I don't do that.
This reminds me of my bike.
The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line on a gas tank.
Hey!
Hey! Brought my +1. Jamie.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a man. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized E-Turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to the VP Racing Big Buck GNCC. This is round one of the 2025 Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series, the start of the 50th annual season. My name is Jackson Burrow, and I'm going to be alongside Johnny Gallagher and Zach Herron to give you today's coverage.
All right, thanks, Jackson. Yeah, what a way to kick off the 50th season of GNCC Racing. It's incredible. Even when we said it all weekend long, but 5 decades of racing, absolutely phenomenal achievement. Let's show you how things got started here for day 2 of racing, the two-wheel side of things, starting with our XC1 Pro Class, our specialized start recaps. We talk about it all the time. I know our man Megawatt's probably listening. A good start's not everything, but it certainly helps. Your XC1 Pro field lined up, and look at the reigning champ, Johnny Gerard. Beautiful up the inside. We saw a lot of mistakes up that inside yesterday, but Gerard keeps the wheels clean, keeps the front number plate clean, and is going to go into the woods first. How about Lyndon Snodgrass on the Husqvarna, actually moving around and moving up to that number 2 spot just in front of Stu Baylor, and then I believe that was Liam Draper just behind him. So some heavy hitters up front early in the XC1 Pro Class. Now looking at our XC2 Pro-Am, you can see how much the tires are spinning, but man, Nick DeFeo, welcome to the XC2 class on that Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team. Look at the lead that he has already opened up. We saw this several times last year in, I believe it was the 250A class Nick was racing in, and now he's putting it to good use here in the XC2 class. That's Toby Cleveland just behind him, and I believe Jack Walker just behind him on the Beta machine. So once again, some of the favorites up front early. The FMF XC3 125 Pro-Am class, this is one of my favorite sounding and smelling classes. It was a lot of blue fenders up early, and that's what we saw a lot of yesterday, Jackson. A lot of piled up on the inside. We've been trying to find out exactly who these riders are. As you can see, a lot of blank number plates, so don't have a name on them, but we did have some slicing and dicing between turns 2 and 3 as they went off into the woods. And we'll try to give you guys an update on exactly who those riders are next time we're able to see them through time and scoring. But that is the specialized start recap. If you saw what this place looked like early this morning, Jackson, to have sunshine, beautiful blue skies, and honestly some pretty warm weather as well, I think you'd be surprised. But nonetheless, 3 hours of racing lies ahead.
Yeah, the weather really cooperated with us here today, and the high of 60 today, so a lot warmer than it was yesterday. And as you can see, it's still muddy, though, as we look here at the FMF PowerPoint mile number 2. Some of our riders trying to make it up the hill with a little help of the mud fleas.
Man, the damage was done early. We welcome Johnny G into the booth. Johnny, we talk about it. At a certain point, it starts to become better if the rain just keeps falling. The rain stopped about midday. The sun came out, which means the South Carolina soil is starting to tack up. It's going to get a little bit heavier, and as we see, it's already reaping chaos on the field out front.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions are definitely rough out there right now. You can see how deep the ruts are, how heavy and thick that mud is getting. But the reality of it is there's a lot of different conditions here today because of the storm that we talked about. Hear me? Yep, go ahead. Oh, there we go.
Maybe a little bit of technical difficulties here with Johnny's mic, but as he was saying, we've got a lot of different conditions going on. We've got some deep mud as well. I heard a lot of those riders on the start as we were waiting to get the track clear, avoiding some of those big mud holes, but then we've also got some hard pack slick sections as well. Johnny, let's try it again.
Check.
There
check,
he is.
Check.
All right.
Yeah, we'll keep giving it a go. So now from our Yamaha Racing Live drone, we've got some riders on screen. We'll see how quickly we can pick out exactly who those riders are. Again, we know Johnny Gerard was out front. A couple of KTMs up there up front, a couple of Yamahas behind them. We had this is apparently the bike-only section that is out after mile marker 7. Had the opportunity to go out and check this out on Thursday. So this is new terrain, new trail. Has not been ridden other than when they laid the course out. So right now, this is probably the best trail these guys are going to get all day today, because by the time they get back here 1 lap from now, there's going to be several hundred more riders that have traversed this trail behind them and start chewing it up. Again, getting down to that soft dirt. Right now, they're kind of riding on the leaves and the sticks and everything that's laying there, so see the pace pretty fast. But as we were talking about before my mic cut out, those storms that came through, we talked about it on the show yesterday, they really kind of opened up the ground with ripping trees out of the ground, and then the track crew out there trying to push trees out of the way to make the trail passable and make new trail. With that rain, it just kept getting softer and softer. Track held up pretty decent. You know, we did start to see at the end of the 2-hour ATV race yesterday, the ruts were getting pretty deep. The ground was getting soft. They were starting to frame out a little bit in some of the deeper ruts. And then with that rain we got last night and this morning, it just really wreaked havoc on this track. And the morning race was treacherous for those morning riders. So these riders right now are welcoming this section of track that isn't quite so chewed up, but again, by the end of the race, it's going to look just about as bad as the rest of it.
And brutal is the name of the game here at GNCC. And Jackson, we even had our youth bike race after the ATVs, and sometimes it's a benefit to have those ATV ruts, but man, even just in the finish line area where we were announcing from, it was already giving those youth riders a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're hitting the 8-mile mark now, Zach, as we watch our leaders here on the Yamaha Racing Live Drone. And like you were saying, they're going to have to deal with a lot of those ruts out there. Some riders able to get through them good. Other riders, that causes a lot of problems for them. But I did just see here on the Yamaha Live Drone, who couldn't tell you who it is, but our third place is a new third place, the third and fourth place going back and forth.
And I was going to touch on that with you, Johnny. The intensity right off the bat, 3 hours of battle laying ahead of them. In conditions like this, it's first round of the season. Do we expect to see riders pushing super hard early? It looks like these guys are running at a pretty fair clip.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to probably take their time working their way through some of the more rutted, gnarly sections of the track where the mud gets deep and there's a chance they could bury the machine, lose a lot of time. But in this particular section of racetrack, there really is no concern about getting stuck. You know, there's no ruts, there's no bad sections. I mean, you would have to really, really make a poor decision to get stuck through this section of track. So I think we're going to see them kind of picking up the pace, which is why they seem to be running along at a pretty good clip right now. I think when we see some of the shots when they're getting back into the sections of racetrack that are more chewed up from the morning and yesterday's races, that pace is going to slow down. We're going to see a lot of slowing down, looking around, and a lot of mud fleas and crew members pointing lines to keep these guys headed in the right direction without having to, dig these bikes out of this very, very heavy, very thick South Carolina red clay.
Yeah, we saw several of our XC1 riders stretch into some jumping jacks before. I saw just as many mud fleas doing the same thing. They know this is a big opportunity for them, just like our top riders. But all jokes aside, it is incredible to see how much they do play a role in things. Even yesterday, how many riders did we count stuck that it took 3-4 people being able to pull them out just so they could continue their race?
Yeah, and this mud is very heavy as it starts to dry out. It just it clings to everything, makes the bike heavy, and it kind of suctions the bike into the ruts. So it can be very hard to get your machine unstuck, even just with the slightest little miscue and hitting the wrong line. The biggest thing that I'm seeing here, which is par for the course on a day like today with these conditions, we've got what looks to be at least our top 7 or 8 pretty much wheel to wheel. The only distance between them just enough so that the guy in front of them isn't roosting them, basically. But this section of trail here is pretty tight, so not a lot of passing opportunities. Everybody's hanging back about 2 bike lengths, and it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least 11 riders that are pretty. There's another one, 12. So these guys are, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that the XC2 guys are kind of starting to catch up here, because the pace does look like it's slowing down a bit. Jackson, you were pointing out, looks like we got some battles going on up front.
Yep, a new second place. So whoever that is, going from 4th now up to the 2nd place spot since we've been watching this Yamaha Racing Live Drone.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see exactly who those names are, because we've got Johnny Gerard and Stu Baylor 1 and 2 from 2024. They were 1 and 3 headed into the woods. So we had some heavy hitters up front early. Lyndon Snodgrass maybe catching some people by surprise with such a good start. We know he's got the speed as well, jumping onto that new Husqvarna ride, and so we'll see what he's able to do. But somebody is making their way from the back of the pack. They want to get up front quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the thing, as much as right now it kind of almost seems to be a feeling out the course, feeling out the competition kind of a thing, you don't want to let the leaders get too far away. And when you're sitting back there, even if you can see the leaders and you're sitting in that 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th place spot, when something goes sideways, if somebody gets stuck, if you approach a bottleneck as this race progresses, you can lose time very quickly. You want to be as close as you can to the leaders in a situation like this, even if you don't want to be leading. And honestly, as they get back into the chewed up portions of the racetrack, I don't think out front is a place to be unless you're very, very confident in your line selection. It's not bad to have somebody in front of you testing those ruts out to see just how deep they are.
And they are going to be deep here today, no doubt. The ATV's going all the way up to the frames yesterday. A lot of this track, nothing that you could possibly do to make it any better, so they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Well, and it's so impressive. Jackson and I, we were talking about this earlier. The mindset of these top riders, I mean, this is a mental game as much as it is physical. And these top riders, they obviously care, but they also don't seem to care. Oh, blinding dust is what it is. A downpour this morning, my camper's shaking around is what it is. These guys, they don't seem to let the weather phase them one way or another, but the preparation for a race like this is something that interests me. Watching Stu Baylor making some posts, like we talked about, wearing multiple hats between kind of stepping away from the team manager role for Rocky Mountain Red Bear and back into a full rider profile, extending those handguards, putting foam in various positions on the bike, Brillo pads on the crossbars. There's so many little things that these top riders and teams are able to do to help their riders in situations like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, to anything you can do to try to have the right mindset coming in, know that you're prepared. I actually had a conversation with Jordan Ashburn on the starting line, and I kind of made, it's no secret that we will say on the show a lot, Jordan likes the mud. That's something that his dad, Dave Ashburn, has said many times over the years. And, Jordan said, man, I like the mud. He said, I like the dust. He goes, well, I don't really like the dust, but I tell myself I like the dust. He said, I seem to do better in these tough conditions one way or the other, whether it's uber dry and dusty or muddy and slick and ruddy. He said, if I have a better attitude about it, if I come in and say, I like this, I'm going to do well today, sometimes that positive mindset can provide positive results at the end of the day. And that just goes to show, if you come in, it's raining, like you said, your camper's moving around, you're like, oh man, this is terrible, that can bleed over into your race day. So if you just kind of suck it up and say, all right, today's the day, we're going to get this done, I like the mud, it can definitely give you some positive results at the end of the day. I think I may have caught a number 1 on the back of the jersey out front. I do believe it may still be the big number 1 of Johnny Gerard leading the way. Again, speculation until we get a little bit closer shot, and then there's some other guys behind him. Basically the entire XC1 class.
Well, and that's what I was also going to say was, would not be surprised to see some of our top XC2 riders up there as well. We had that awesome FanFest on Friday, and Grant Davis, he said, hey, I've went from looking up to these XC1 riders and looking at them like they are the heroes of the sport, which they are, to kind of looking at them squarely and saying, hey, I can run with these guys and I can beat them as well.
Yep. No, absolutely. And the other thing too with Grant, now that he knows that he can do it, he won 2 overalls last year. With that confidence and that different mindset, a day like today, he could be a dangerous guy, because in the amount of time it's taken these XC1 riders to kind of break the course in, figure out the lines, figure out where they want to be, I do know that he's on the radar of some of these XC1 guys more so than he was last year. We did those preseason podcast interviews, and he was brought up several times. And I outright asked Johnny Gerard the question, like, how do you combat that with him having that time advantage? And he said, we've got to figure that out. He said, we can't. The conventional thinking for the XC1 guys, for many, many years, the XC2 guys would work their way well up into the top 3, if not leading the overall early in the race. Conventional wisdom, those guys will fade. We'll pull back out on them. But Grant Davis, Josh Toth last year were the first guys to ever get it done. So 3 races out of the 13 won by XC2 riders last year. And those guys both in that class again this year. They're capable. They have the skill set. So you can't just take that, they'll wear themselves out, we'll get it back. You really have to figure out, where are those guys at, and are we putting a fast enough pace down to keep them at a distance that they can't latch onto our pace and then basically just draft us to the finish line.
Well, it's great to hear from what those XC1 riders think, but we were actually able to catch up with your XC2 champion, Grant Davis, get his thoughts a little bit on running with the big boys in the XC1 class.
Well, honestly, all the races is good from XC2, I think, because you can catch the guys and latch onto a Stu Baylor or somebody. I always target them guys that, because Stu normally he's normally in the back of the pack on the starts, so I target to catch them, and I just hook onto him and try to go to the front with them. And then I know when I'm up there, I have a 30-second to a minute buffer on them guys and then I just stay there and it helps a lot, honestly. Yeah, I'm pumped, honestly, to run the number 1 plate and defend it. It's always been a dream of mine, and to get 2 overalls last year and win the XC2 championship, I was super pumped on that. And this year I'm coming in with more confidence, and I've been working hard this offseason trying to get everything even better than what I was before. And I want to try to get that overall championship from XC2 is my big goal, honestly. And other than that, I'm ready to go.
And a big goal indeed, try to get that overall championship out of the XC2 class, man. What an accomplishment that would be.
Some very successful people have said over the years, if you set easy goals that are attainable, are they really driving you? Are they really forcing you to get better? I mean, why not set a goal for something that's never been done and never even, frankly, been talked about before? And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. So out front,
and they're coming at us at such a high rate of speed. We had probably 6 or so of them. That looks to be maybe Thad Duvall right there. That was Mike Wachowski. You could roughly see the number 8.
Craig DeLong, I believe.
That was Liam Draper. Man, but what I am seeing is that all of these riders are wheel to wheel right now. That's Nick DeFeo. So that was the Whole Shot Award winner for your XC2 class, making a pass on what looked to be possibly a KTM rider. Possibly
Maybe.
Kelly. Yeah, that is Ryder Lafferty right there.
Hey, we know one thing for sure. They're dirt bikes.
They are definitely motorcycles, and they are definitely close right now as well here at mile 11. So not a ton of separation. That was arguably the entire XC1 class. We did at least get eyes on Nick DeFeo, who we saw out of the 250A class running inside the top 10 on the overall early in some of our races last year. Now moves up to that second row, which is probably a huge advantage for him. A little bit closer to those XC1 riders that he can pace off of for maybe the next 2.5 hours or so.
Yeah, I mean, and we know that he's good in these conditions. So to know that he's up there that high up in the overall early, I mean, that is absolutely dangerous. I mean, if he can't, if those guys can't shake him, if he's able to stay there, I mean, he's just got that draft like we talked about. You can just kind of ride these in. Now it looks like we're getting into some more of our XC2, maybe starting to get to the top riders in our XC3 class. Big XC2 class today. That one stretched almost stake to stake, and Nick DeFeo might be one of the first through there, but there's still plenty more to come. And as you can see, this section of racetrack still in pretty good shape, not nearly as chewed up as some of what we saw there. That looked to be Toby Cleveland there to me. That looked like possibly Jonathan Johnson. And
another rider I thought I saw in that first lead group, that is Gavin Simon.
Yeah,
so coming out of one of our A classes, I believe. But Jason Tino moving over to that Flat Rock Motor Club Gas Factory Racing. I thought I saw him.
There's Jay Lipscomb on the 707.
In that lead group. So, yeah, we're getting into the thick of XC2 now. The 626, I believe.
And I just have to say it, Grant Davis might have a lot more company this year than the XC2 class.
There's Whitmer on the 587.
Whitmer. So now we're definitely back into our A classes as well. So you very likely could have been Gavin Simon. Number 228, Cooper Jones, so another 250A rider. So these guys even have made up some ground on the leaders and may mix it up inside the top 20 overall once we start seeing these riders check in with one lap complete and our scoring system kicks in and tells us just where they are. And we are just a few miles away from that happening. This obviously the 11-mile marker. Our leaders now have to be within just a few minor moments here of getting to the finish line and checking in with one lap complete. We'll give you guys an update, and here they come just as if on cue. That looked like a gas front of me. I don't think. There's Stu Baylor. Tell him just by the riding style. That looks to be Thad Duvall by the riding style to me. That's Mike Witkowski.
Just so difficult to tell when they're all essentially the same shade of South Carolina soil as they're headed towards us.
Brown guy, yeah. Brown guy.
But like I started to touch on just a second ago in the XC2 class, Nick DeFeo moving up like we mentioned there. I believe Nick DeFeo coming out of that A class able to get up in the top 10 on the overall a few times last year. So Nick DeFeo could definitely be one of our top contenders all season long.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he has the skill set in these conditions. We've seen him do very well. Top 10 overall out of A class. I mean, that throws you right in the mix. Now we're out into the final finish line chicanes, and it looks like we've got a battle for the lead. We actually saw some passes go down in that corner yesterday, and now it's looking like it's happening again. Taking that inside, and it looks like it is going to be Lyndon Snodgrass. I think.
I was about to say.
I'm going to wait till it refreshes, but I'm pretty sure it was. Yep, Lyndon Snodgrass leading the way. Jordan Ashburn in second. And as they check in now, we'll just run them down for you. Lyndon Snodgrass leading the way. Jordan Ashburn, Johnny Gerard, Caleb Russell, Stu Baylor, Thad Duvall, Mike Witkowski soon. Grant Davis now to the number 1 spot. That means he's with those guys. If you look at the scan time for Grant Davis, 14:35.17 for the time scanned, and your physical leader, so he is only 14 seconds behind the physical leader, Lyndon Snodgrass. That means he is currently playing with house money, boys. Playing with house time. Only 14 seconds behind physically the leader on the track, Grant Davis. Now Josh Toth up into the number 2 spot. Nick DeFeo into the number 3 spot. Those guys only 5 and 9 seconds behind Grant Davis, respectively. So your top 3 overall riders are, in fact, XC2 riders. Now we've got some more XC1 guys checking in, some more XC2 guys checking in. We'll wait till this all kind of shakes out, and we'll run down the top 20, but here's what we know. The top 3 riders have checked in as overall from that XC2 class. Grant Davis leading the way, Josh Toth second, Nick DeFeo in third, and then your top 3 XC1 riders, Lyndon Snodgrass, Jordan Ashburn, Johnny Gerard. So your top 6 in that order.
To your knowledge, has there ever been a overall podium just XC2?
No, there absolutely never has been. That said, this is not the first time that we've had 3 XC2 riders leading the overall after 1 lap. But if it were to finish like this, yeah, no, that has never had. There's never been a overall podium that did not contain an XC1 rider on either Saturday or Sunday for bikes or ATVs. So,
well, and if you think about last year, Josh Toth grabbing the first ever XC2 overall win, then Grant Davis doing it twice. Josh Toth was not racing with us full time last year, so we could potentially see an XC2 1 and 2 on the overall.
No doubt.
Plenty of time to go before we to start assuming that, but it could happen as we see them open the throttles up, high rate of speed here through the pits. Looks like that was Wachowski grabbing a sign from the Phoenix Racing Honda crew.
Gavin Simon from that 258 bike class and JoJo Cunningham from the 258 bike class, now 4th and 5th overall, further pushing those XC1 guys back. Looks like Ricky Russell in there. Looks like Greg DeLong in there, getting goggles, getting gloves, and man, giving up valuable track position. You can see Craig actually having to wipe his eyes as well. Obviously getting quite a bit of stuff in through those goggles. And man, valuable time lost. Craig DeLong was back in that 17th overall position when they checked in. Actually now dropping back to the 19th place as more 250A riders check in. So we're going to let this shake out for a bit, but here's what we know. Your top 5 overall, not XC1 riders. Top 3 are all XC2 250 Pro riders, and your 4th and 5th place are Gavin Simon and JoJo Cunningham from that 250A class. So again, that pace that the XC1 guys were running there through that bike-only section looked good, but in other parts of the course, they obviously had taken their time to break through some of the ruts, to find the lines that they wanted to use, and it has cost them dearly in those overall positions. You can see on screen, looks like they're cross-rutting, getting to some better dirt, some better terrain, and then working their way out. This is where they jump out. The morning race would have gone straight there. They made that right to come out to the auxiliary pro pits here.
And Johnny, I believe you're definitely right about wanting to be in the 2nd, 3rd place positions, because just as you could see there, 1st place getting hung up just a little bit, 2nd, 3rd, able to watch that line, no problem for them.
Yeah, to me it looks like Stu Baylor has made a couple passes. Looks like he's up physically into 3rd there. He is. And then Caleb Russell behind him in 4th. So of that group, looks like maybe Gerard has given up a couple spots. Again, we know a lot of those guys stopped and grabbed goggles, got gloves, made some grab some towels, whatever it takes for them to be able to hang out. Very slick conditions, very wet, but the sun is out, the wind is blowing. We're going to hopefully see some drier race conditions, but right now there it looks like that is Gerard right there. So back in about that number 5 or 6 spot on the racetrack physically.
Now, one thing that we haven't actually touched on yet on this broadcast, Jackson, this is the first time we've gotten to announce Caleb Russell out on the track. The legend has returned, and man, there's been a lot of videos, a lot of stuff leading up. Oh, one rider saying not going to make it up that hill here at mile 2. But man, I think the excitement and everybody's buzz about this has really brought a lot of eyes on the GNCC. But the rest of this XC1 field, they say, hey, you might be good, you might be great, you might be one of the best to ever do it, but we're running at a pretty fair pace right now too. You're going to have to earn the legend status back with us here in 2025.
And what makes it so interesting, Zach, is we truly don't know. Nobody knows if he's going to be able to stay up there. Even hearing him in some interviews saying he doesn't know. We can't speculate yet because he was saying himself, I don't know, we don't know that I'm even going to be up there in the conversation. Clearly, the case is he is going to be in the conversation.
Well, you know, I think you never know until you know. And I think one thing that Caleb has said in a lot of interviews and a lot of the other riders have said when pressed, you know, you guys don't like to talk about each other, but when they're pressed and forced, you know, 4 years away from this level of competition is a long time. What does that mean? What does that translate to? We can speculate. We can talk about practice track test times. We can talk about fitness. We can talk about how good someone's feeling. But in the Supercross world, we have what we call flying at the test track, the stopwatch nationals. In the GNCC world, there's a lot of that because a lot of these guys do ride together. But the reality of it is you don't know until you know. And you know when you know? when the first checkered flag flies. Not even the green flag, because we're still early in this. We're 39 minutes in some very treacherous conditions. You know, we've got a lot of racing left, not only today but this season, but it is definitely cool to have a former champion, you know, 8-time champion in Caleb Russell back out here saying he wants to come back and race, and at least so far, for one lap of racing, he's proved he can still do it. He's in the mix, but that means nothing in the grand scheme of things, and Caleb himself would say that, I'm certain. There is a rider down. Hard to tell who that is, but it looked like washed the front up quickly and back going. That was one of our top 5 or 6 riders, though. I did see in that previous shot, Johnny Gerard had a great outside line and made a pass on whoever the rider was in front of him. Again, hard to tell who these guys are, but we can see a lot of battling, even if we can't necessarily see who it is that is making the passes. We know we've got 6 or 7 riders that are really mixing it up at the front, and you got to wonder, I know it's early. We just talked about 39 minutes in, that's not even time to start getting nervous, but at some point the memo is going to be passed. Hey guys, one of those bikes you hear revving behind you, that's Grant Davis, and he's got a big time gap already made up, so let's pick up this pace if you want to try to beat him for that overall. And it's not just him, it's Josh Toth, it's Nick DeFeo, it's Gavin Simon, it's JoJo Cunningham. So yeah, really need to get on the gas, these XC1 guys, but I don't think they're panicking just yet. If we see this 3 laps complete, I think you'll start to see some sense of urgency.
Start getting a little nervous. I think what's so interesting is when they're in this freight train, if you will, where they're all inside of one another and being able to see what lines each other's taking. Sometimes it's like slot car racing. They're all in the same line. And then sometimes, like you just pointed out, Johnny Gerard takes an outside line nobody was touching, and it works out for him. Sometimes we see somebody try to take an outside or an inside line, and it bites them big time, and they actually lose 2 to 3 positions. So these guys are constantly balancing the risk-reward versus, hey, do I follow in a line that works good and potentially risk it to go for a line that might be great, or it might also cost me 4 or 5 spots, especially when they're all so close like this. It's just so hard to tell, as now here comes your leaders on screen. Jordan Ashburn out front now, so possibly Snodgrass that might have gone down. We'll have to wait and see if the Husky is still up. Looks like that. Couldn't quite tell who that was.
That looks like that ball, or maybe
possibly Kelly, yeah. That I think was Ben Kelly.
Yes,
I think
that looked like Ben Kelly, yes,
on the
absolutely.
back.
You can see some other. Oh, look at this! We got some riders absolutely having to make some lines. We got the Mudfleas jumping in to help them, and that is Tino. No, I think it's Jason Tino. Is it not? Or is that a cow? No, it is. It's Josh Toth. Yeah. Colorblind, guys. Thanks for helping me out.
You know, almost all last season I thought he was messing with us.
No,
is this Josh Strang right here?
It is Josh Strang right in front of the camera. You can see it now. You know the course is getting challenging when your top XC1 and XC2 riders are having to get assistance from the Mudfleas to get over the top of these hills here.
Man, Josh Strang, a manager now. Probably just think about how much that costs.
I did. That was good. I like that.
So multiple different lines here these riders can shoot at the mile marker number 2.
It's another interesting thing with GNCC racing. We talk about the course kind of having no boundaries within a certain amount from these arrows, and looked like Toth was maybe getting creative, looking at some lines just beside some of the spectators as well. The creativity and ingenuity on the fly didn't quite work out for the 206 on that lap.
So many options here. You know, it's you always want to try to go for the fastest line, but the problem is in conditions like this, you don't always know what that is. That was a really nice line there. That was a hybrid of that middle line coming all the way over to the far right. We got another rider who's tried to ghost ride his bike up to the top of the hill, and he is now going to need some assistance to even get up to his bike.
And that line you were talking about, I believe that was Simon.
I think it was.
Yeah, I thought that was, yeah.
Trying to get the bike to him now.
I think that's one of the Johnsons. It is. One of the Johnson brothers. Not sure which. They are both on Hondas.
Bike completely upside down.
To see if we can get...
stuck between 2 trees now. Oh, man.
He's going from bad to worse.
Yeah, this is not how you want to start your race.
Judging by the build, I'm guessing that's Jonathan Johnson, the taller taller of the two brothers, the older brother.
Hey, kick it a few times, and there you go.
Nice thank you to the Fleas, and back off and rolling.
Valuable time lost.
Still has to make it up the hill. There we go. All right, so Johnson gets it back off and rolling.
I'll be interested to hear exactly what tires these riders have on. Of course, Golden Boy Brock Glover out here with us this weekend. Maybe we can get a word in with him before this race is over.
I did see Stu Baylor running Pirelli, has the big Pirelli Scoop mud sand tire on there. He was the only rider I saw opting to go with that paddle style mud tire. Obviously a discussion in Supercross and motocross, but he actually had tire covers on that looked kind of like tire warmers, but I could tell through the cover itself that it was definitely a paddle tire. We got a battle for the lead headed our way via our Yamaha Racing live drone.
Ashburn still out front. Just taking a look at our top 20 here on the side, got to give a shout out to Cody Barnes, 20th on the overall charts. He was down pretty hard in the first turn and kind of locked together with another one of those riders. So not the start that he was looking for, but looks like he's on the charts trying to catch up early. Gus Reardon, not where he wants to be, sitting 18th on the overall charts, just in front of Craig DeLong.
Yeah, when you talk about this top 20 as we're looking at it, I mean, it really is quite the mix-up. You know, we've got riders that we're accustomed to seeing much closer to the front. You look down in that 19th, 18th, 19th place, you've got Angus Reardon and Craig DeLong. And then you go a little further up, and some names that we're not as accustomed to seeing as high up. You've got Lane Whitmer, you've got Jojo Cunningham, Gavin Simon. I mean, great riders in their own right, but A-class riders that are up inside the top 20 overall on lap one. And in the case of Simon and Cunningham, 4th and 5th overall. I mean, that is, I'm not going to say it's never happened before, but it's been a very long time since we've seen this much of a mix-up in our top 20 overall, which I really believe speaks volumes about just how challenging this race course is right now.
Another big name back on the backside of the top 20 is Liam Draper, and he was up inside the top 5 as they headed into the woods. So looks like some things have not gone Liam's way early in this race.
And we've not saw that, Zach. Every time he's racing the XC1 so far, he's been on the podium. So Liam Draper, I know, having high expectations here for round number one.
Well, we talk about it so much. Obviously, Liam, a perfect example, getting essentially all podiums in his XC1 debut, but things have gone right. He had good starts, was in good positions early, and was able to execute off of that starting position. Now, we're really going to see what he's made of in the sense of, hey, you've got some challenges thrown your way. How far can you climb back up? We're just going to have to wait and see. All right, well, I think we're going to go grab a word from our sponsors, and then we'll see how this battle for the lead plays out. It is the Flat Rock Motor Club Gasgak Factory Racer of Jordan Ashburn out front, leading the way. We've already had some slicing and dicing, slideways making the pass for the lead. And on the overall charts, we've got our XC2 class leading the way with a couple of A riders trying to chase them down as well. How's it all going to play out? We'll find out here from the Big Buck GNCC.
Unleash aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda tires, delivering exceptional performance on all types of vehicles: automotive, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, bicycles, trailers, lawn and garden, and even golf. Trust Kenda tires to guide you on your next adventure. Kenda, designed for your journey.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Unleash aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda tires. Delivering exceptional performance on all types of vehicles. Automotive, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, bicycles, trailers, lawn and garden, and even golf. Trust Kenda tires to guide you on your next adventure. Kenda, designed for your journey.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the VP Racing Fuels Big Buck GNCC Round 1 of the 2025 Progressive Grand National Cross Country Racing Series, celebrating 50 years of GNCC racing. Zach Herron here in the studio with Johnny Gallagher and Jackson Burrell. We have got a fight on our hands, not only physically on track for the lead, but in that overall picture as well. It's the 922. Actually, he's running the number 1 right now of Grant Davis out of the XC2 class, leading the overall with XC2 team, or not teammate, I guess, fellow XC2 competitor Josh Toth in the number 2 spot. Nick DeFeo at the XC2 class holding down the final overall podium position. On track, though, physically, Jackson, we've got Jordan Ashburn desperately trying to defend that number 1 spot early. It's muddy, and as we know, Jordan loves the mud.
Yep, and it's showing here today as he runs atop of the pack. But, man, how about Grant Davis and the rest of the boys? Like I was saying earlier, Grant going to have a little bit of company in XC2 this year. Toth getting the first ever XC2 overall win. And then DeFeo now moving up into it. We could be possibly seeing Davis, Toth, and DeFeo up front all year long, Zach.
Well, when we talk about the potentials, which leading into the season, that's all we can do, throw what ifs and how abouts and everything like that. It would be so incredible to see something like this never before. Nick DeFeo out of the 250A class last year, I believe was in the top 10 multiple times. I think even inside the top 5 at one point or another from the 250A row. Now jumps up, joins the Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team, puts himself in the 3rd overall position early. And if he's able to latch on to the back of these riders, I believe DeFeo's got the skills to be able to match that pace for the full 3 hours as well. So people like Davis and Toth, the 2 XC2 riders to grab overall wins last season, when they're together, they're going to be pushing the pace as well. Anything could happen, and man, these XC1 boys might be in for a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, the way that I think about it is if those riders can physically get up to those guys, how is that? I mean, you would have to go, the XC1 class is going to have to go so fast to gain that time that they lost there on the starting line. If they're physically with them, they're going to have their work cut out in the XC1 class to overtake that overall.
Guys, one thing I was going to point out before we went to break, like, we know how mixed up this top 20 overall, but it's important to point out, like, oh, we're saying, man, you know, Liam Draper is so far back. He's actually not. Yes, he is in 15th overall, but when you look at the actual time, Liam himself sitting in 15th overall with an elapsed time of 33:18. Oh, there we go. We got the leaders on screen. That looks to be Johnny Gerard looking by the handguards, and it is.
Yeah, it looked like the number 3 position, too, so Johnny
making some passes. But your Grant Davis had a lap time of 32:10 to, we were talking about Liam Draper, who is a 33:18, so it's only a minute that's separating, you know, the top 20 overall basically right now. It's not a massive time gap for sure. That is Liam Draper right there. Got another rider.
Looked like that was Grant Davis, maybe missing some goggles.
There's Ben Kelly. That might have been Caleb Russell, possibly.
Thad Duvall, I believe.
Yep, I believe so.
That looks like Josh Toth by the riding style. So if so, he's made up some ground.
Ricky Russell on the Triumph machine.
Yeah, cool to see Triumph joining the ranks here. Got that Enduro engineering team back in Ricky this season, and man, excited to see the Triumph kind of make its debut here in GNCC racing.
Yeah, cool to see him joining the off-road gang. Already done it in motocross, supercross. Now we get him here in GNCC.
Saw that lapped rider trying to work their way out of the main line, and it showed you just how slick it is. That looks to be, I think that's Josh Strang, yeah. Making his way around that lapped rider.
And that's a perfect example of what a lap rider can do right there.
Angus Reardon.
Barnes, I believe.
Cody Barnes. Couldn't quite make that one out.
Like I was saying, that lap rider did everything he could. He pulled off the track, pulled back on the track. Just so happened, one of the pros pops right out behind him.
Well, and we even saw it earlier today, Jackson. One of the riders was trying to move out of the way of our WXC riders and crashed trying to get out of the way. Wound up costing the WXC rider even more time. So sometimes the best thing they can do is just pull to a stop and say, you know what, you're the pro. Just get around me as quick as you can. Sorry, didn't mean to mess you up.
Yep. tell you
There
what,
goes Craig DeLong.
Yeah, there's DeLong. I don't know who that looks like. Gavin Simon, possibly. I'll tell you what. Did you see that line to the far left that rider took? It looked pretty fast. That looked like Jason Tino there.
I believe JoJo Cunningham.
Oh, was it JoJo? No goggles on for JoJo. And now back to the battle for the lead from our Yamaha Racing live drone. See if we can figure out who these top 2 riders are. Neil Linden Snodgrass still up there somewhere. Johnny Gerard, we believe, slotted himself back into the number 3 spot physically on the racetrack, making some passes. Stu Baylor was on the move last we saw.
Going to be interesting to see them come back around the finish here, see what the elapsed time is going to be. We'll see if Davis, Toth, and DeFeo can hold on to those spots. Simon and Cunningham also right there in that top 5.
More riders, more lapped riders, and gotta believe it's most likely still going to be Jordan Ashburn out front. Hard to bet against that guy in conditions like this. Again, we talked about that mindset, coming in, just trying to make the best of it, and obviously making the best of it. Really right up front there, sitting in the number 2 spot at the end of lap number 2 in that XC, and lap number 1 in that XC1 class. And Lyndon Snodgrass as well. Another lapped rider pulling another way. Thought we had a rider with a problem. It looks like it is a lapped rider.
So taking a look here at the Yamaha Racing live drone as they make their way through the woods here in beautiful Union, South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it looked like in your hotel room, but I opened the door to a loud crash of lightning and thunder. It was pouring rain. If you'd have told me it had been sunshiny and 60 degrees later today, I'd have said you were crazy. And quite frankly, I mean, don't get me wrong, the conditions are still pretty brutal out there, but all things considered, I mean, we had a small river forming underneath us at the where we were announcing earlier today. It's actually pretty raceable as well, and as we saw in that one hill shot just a little bit ago, there's multiple lines developing, and that is one thing that I like about the wetter conditions is it does start to develop 2 to 3 to 5 lines as well. Johnny even pointing out there's still other lines that haven't been started to form yet. That is potentially the best way to go. And the other thing, yes, and we did. Okay, so we just got a little bit of confirmation from our spotter, Hollywood. It is still Jordan Ashburn out front. So Ashburn in control of this thing. We saw him having to put up quite the fight right before we went to commercial break. Looks like he is still out front.
Wow. And it sounds like DeFeo possibly all the way up to 4th physically out on the track. That's just what I was talking about a minute ago. If those guys can get up there in one of those top spots, it's going to be hard for the XC1 class to break loose.
The T-Rex is hungry. Watch out.
We're talking about Grant Davis possibly getting himself another overall win. Nick DeFeo has entered the chat. Obviously, Josh Toth. So of the 3 guys in the top 3 as they completed lap number 1, 2 of them already have won overalls from that XC2 row. And Nick DeFeo sounded like he's physically just marching up, checking off guys one at a time and saying, hey, it's my turn. Still a lot of racing left, but if you're at the front, makes your day a whole lot easier.
Well, and I tell you, talking to Nick at the FanFest on Friday, really kind of like the mindset of Nick, and it sounds like the whole team kind of supporting him in this. Didn't seem like there was a lot of pressure. Hey, we're going to try to figure some things out. I'm not 100% comfortable on the bike, it sounded like. So Nick just trying to say, hey, let's get out there, let's do what we can do, and hopefully get a solid result and see where we can grow from there. If this is just a solid result, man, I can't wait to see him when he's feeling absolutely perfect on that machine, because 4th physically through this stacked of an XC1 field is no easy task to accomplish.
Yeah, and especially not on a track like this. We were saying that the weather cooperated with us today. It might have cooperated with us this afternoon, but it did not cooperate this morning or yesterday like we've been saying all day. This is a brutal track, a real statement from DeFeo if he's truly in that 4th place position. Once we get a ground level shot, we will confirm where exactly DeFeo is physically on the track. So still taking a look at the riders weaving their way through the woods. So far, no passes have been made.
And don't get me wrong, I'm a huge fan of this Yamaha Racing live drone, but it doesn't always show the terrain as far as hills, you know, how much these guys are having to stop at the bottom of hills and get pivoted. And then as we saw in that shot just not too long ago, things were pretty brutal as far as trying to just get up some of these smaller hills. And it just goes to show overhead shot does a great job of showing the line selection, but it doesn't quite always show the up and down, if you will, of this big buck course.
Yeah, definitely hard to tell topography, obviously, from the air. Everything kind of
that was the
flat.
big word I was looking for.
Why are these guys going so slow? You don't realize they're on a very, very steep incline. The ruts are deep, but it is great for showing how many times passes happen in these sections that we don't see. We normally talk about like, it looks like Stu Baylor's been leading this whole lap, and then after the race, we passed each other 7 times on lap number 2, and it's just the perspective of being able to see it and how many times these guys take alternate lines, how many times lappers come into play. We've already seen guys hitting the deck, jumping back up, gaining positions, losing positions. Definitely the Yamaha Racing Live Drone, a great asset for Racer TV.
Yeah, and like OPAG was saying there, coming into this race, we did have more ground cameras than we have at any race so far. However, the weather has taken some of those cameras out, so we are doing our best we can here with this Yamaha Racing Live Drone.
So watching there, weaving their way through the treetops right now.
Looks like riders still working their way through here. We do believe it is still Jordan Ashburn out front. Nick DeFeo worked his way up to the number 4 spot. We do know that Lyndon Snodgrass still up there. Gavin Simon, JoJo Cunningham coming from the back. Those guys likely up, physically inside the top 20 overall, and obviously on corrected time up inside the top 5. So crazy the amount of passes that are being made and the time that's being gained and lost on such a rough, challenging racetrack right now. One little miscue can just cost you so much time, and these XC1 guys just kind of taking their time, biding their time. I think we're going to start to see a sense of urgency once the pit boards start coming. Should possibly be seeing some of these guys come in for fuel. If not this lap, definitely the next for sure. Shaping up the way it is right now, looking like it probably going to be a 5-6 lap race, depending on how much the course breaks down. So pit stops at the end of lap 2 or lap 3 are going to become a lot more frequent. At that point, they're going to be past the information. Hey, those XC2 guys you were worried about coming into the season, yeah, they're 1, 2, and 3 overall. By the way, you got some 250A guys in the mix, so let's pick the pace up. But it's hard, man, when you feel like you're going pretty good. If they haven't physically seen these guys yet, there's not. The focus today isn't going to be passing information via pit boards. It's going to be getting these guys through the challenging sections. So the crew members, the mud fleas, it's not going to be so much with the pit boards and the times as it is going to be with just simply getting them around the track. So they may not even be aware of exactly how this top 20 overall is shaking out right now.
Well, and to your point, Johnny, it's so hard to pace off people that you can't see. We talk about the XC2 class and even some of those A classes. The advantage is they can physically race the riders around them. They're working through the pack that's up in front of them, and they have that minute or even more so for those 8 riders to play with. And we were actually able to catch up with Grant Davis and a couple of our XC1 riders to talk about how much of an advantage that actually is when you're out on the racetrack.
Well, honestly, all the races is good from XC2, I think, because you can catch the guys and latch onto a Stu Baylor or somebody. I always target them guys that because Stu normally he's normally in the back of the pack on the starts, so I target to catch them, and I just hook onto him and try to go to the front with him, and then I know when I'm up there I have a 30-second to a minute buffer on them guys and then I just stay there and it helps a lot, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I was in that class, and now going up to XC1, I could see how it was easier to latch on to the back end of XC1. There's 10 of us, and they're a minute behind. You put 10 seconds between each guy, there's your minute, and you can stop picking them off one by one. And these tracks where we got a bike-only section for 2 or 3 miles, I led my first XC1 race, and now I know what it's like to lead break-in trail. And once there's 10 bikes there, it's a lot easier for them XC2 boys to catch. So I think the opening few laps for us now in XC1 are probably going to have to get a little faster to bridge that gap in between the guys. But no, I foresee it happening again and them catching on to us pretty quick.
Yeah, Grant Davis, he's a little ripper for sure. I kind of remember when I was that kid in XC2, but I feel like he's kind of doing even better than I did back in the day. you know, getting overall wins and just being really dominant and showing, you know, some blistering fast speed. And yeah, I feel like XC2 is going to be a class we might have to worry about a little bit more, seeing as last year him and Josh Toth both won overalls, and they're kind of figuring out how to, you know, chase up to the lead group on the first lap and stick with us. You know, they got the speed, the fitness, the bike skill, they got it all. So yeah, looking forward to trying to, I guess, keep those XC2 boys in their place and keep them behind us. You know, don't want to let that happen. And I told myself I would never let that happen, but, you know, it does. So, yeah, just hoping that I got better this season and am able to, you know, stay at the front of the pack. And like I said, I want to be consistent, battle for podiums, wins, and put myself in position to fight for this championship.
Yeah, it's awesome, honestly. I like Grant, and we're obviously training partners, and me and Ben and Grant ride together every day, and you know, he's, I think, you know, he makes me a better rider, and I make him a better rider. Just, we're always racing in practice, and, you know, we're always pushing the envelope and pushing each other, and, you know, you got Craig, Jason, Ben, me, Grant, the girls. So, yeah, it's cool, man. We're always, you know, trying to make each other better during the week, and, you know, you race every day of the week and race the clock and race each other, then Sunday just becomes another day. So, yeah, I think it's cool, and I think it's pretty cool what he did. And our fellow New England friend, me and Ben, Josh Toth, he got an XC2 overall last year, so pretty cool to see. It's never been done in history before, and then it's done 3 times last year. So I think the racing world is evolving and changing, and you know, yeah, now you just got more guys that you got to worry about, and you know, there's no doubt about XC2. The first lap is it's an easier go than XC1, trying to cross lines and break in the bike only sections and stuff like that. So yeah, I guess we got to worry about them, you know, catching us and latching on, because you know, a lot of people have done it in the past but never been able to hang there the whole race, and now we see it's starting to happen. So I think it's going to change the beginning of the race, and I think you know, the XC1 guys are going to have to get a little more aggressive and go a little bit faster at the start, instead of just kind of like moseying around and trail riding. I mean, you know, some races we do, some races we don't, but I think yeah, we're going to need to, you know, get a little faster off the start if we don't want, you know, the XC2 guys to get up and key off of us and latch on, and then, you know, all they got to do is ride with us, and they're winning. So I think it makes it a different ball game.
That was Craig.
Well, and it seems like all of these guys are basically saying, hey, the level has raised, right? These XC2 kids are tough, and they've now got the fitness, as we see Thad Duvall on screen. They've got the fitness to last the full 3 hours. Mikey, you and I were talking to Thad earlier this weekend at the FanFest, and he was like, man, you know, not that we weren't doing work, but there was a lot of talent-based success back then. Yeah. Now, even the 85 kids are training in Florida on the off-season. It just goes to show, as Gavin Simon, one of our A-class riders, he is up there. He's putting in long times at the Shoals and is working with Stu Baylor on a regular basis. Best believe he's more than comfortable doing 3 hours at that pace.
Well, we talked a little bit about this. I can't remember which pro rider it was Friday night at the FanFest of, I think it was actually Ben Kelly, you know, just trying not to ride above your head in round number 1. It's very easy to do, I think, maybe regardless of what class you're in, just because it's round 1. Man, I am a championship contender. I want to come out and perform. Very easy to ride above your head, and sometimes it does pay off and you end up having a great race, or it's the opposite end of the spectrum and you have a day that you want to forget.
Yeah, it's so easy to let the round 1 jitters, the emotions get to you, but the reality of it is there's 13 rounds. They all count the same. Getting some points today, getting some points at round 1, always the main goal, but a lot of guys will look at it as if you can come out and kind of put that first nail in the coffin, you know, really let everybody know. Tough in conditions like this, though. I mean, even if you get a win, somebody's most likely going to come away from it and say, well, it was a mud race. Yeah. But we do know that those still pay 30 points.
That's right. That's exactly it. We'll be able to, trust me, we'll be sweating in the sands of Florida here in a few weeks.
Hey, after yesterday, I'm not mad about
I'm not mad about that either. I'll take it.
Same. I'm headed back there tonight, boys.
Oh,
sorry,
I wish I was.
Sorry, you guys are going north. Well, Zach, you're not going as far
Indiana
north.
over here.
I got to go through floods in Tennessee and Kentucky, and then a snowstorm in the Midwest. So I'm real stoked.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that is Linden Snodgrass. Looked to me to be.
I believe so. Goggles were off. Tough to see the front of that machine.
Comes a whole bunch of guys.
And how about
Johnny
Linden?
Gerard? There is maybe Stu Baylor. There's Grant Davis at the tail end of that train.
But how about it for Linden Snodgrass?
There we go. Jordan Ashburn on screen coming through the final
Can't miss
chicane.
that style.
Big handguards on Johnny Gerard, the #1 machine. So now it is Jordan Like in the mud out front. Our comeback champ, Johnny Gerard, in the #2 spot as they complete 2 laps of racing.
Looks like Stu possibly in third right there.
Yeah, Ashburn, Gerard,
Nick DeFeo
T-Rex.
checked in.
Wow. T-Rex on adjusted time.
So that's who that other rider was.
Wow.
He is physically with the lead 3 riders, and in the overall, by get this, 56 seconds is his lead. He's there, boys. Got some more riders checking in now.
XC2 debut too.
Exactly. And Nick, it was funny. I saw him on the starting line. We had a delay. I was like, man, how you feeling? What's the expectation? He's like, I feel like I could get a podium today. I said, a win? And he's like, ooh, I don't know about that. Well, Nick, you're leading the whole dang thing right now.
There's Mike Witkowski. There's Ben Kelly.
And
there's Liam Draper.
And Ricky Russell. Couldn't quite make out the guy just behind Ricky. See if live timing and scoring updates.
That's a lapped rider there. We can call them out as they come through, but we know we've got a lot of time adjustments that are factoring in here. We do know that it is DeFeo. Now as it updates, back to those same top 3 in the overall. The order has changed, but it is the same riders. Nick DeFeo leading the way. Josh Toth in the #2 spot. Able to overcome. We saw that little hold up there on one of our hill climbs. Still able to come back and only sitting about 42 seconds behind Nick DeFeo. So Nick DeFeo with a 42-second lead in the overall, 56 seconds on the first XC1 rider. So as they check in with 2 laps complete, Nick DeFeo, Josh Toth, Grant Davis, Jordan Ashburn, Johnny Gerard, Stu Baylor. Look at this, a big jump up from Angus Reardon, all the way from that number 18 spot overall, clear up into the #7 spot overall. Then it's Brody Johnson, Linden Snodgrass, Mike Witkowski, Ben Kelly, Liam Draper, Ricky Russell, Josh Strang, Caleb Russell, Craig DeLong. That's who has checked in so far here. And now we've got a bunch more XC2 guys coming in, and things getting shaken up even further. So put it all in a Yahtzee shaker and let them all hang out. That's the way it's hanging right now.
Well, and if it wasn't exciting enough, now we got pit strategy coming into it. Like you said, going to maybe run a 5 to 6 lap race. So some riders pitting now on lap 2. Some riders going to wait till lap 3. We'll see how that plays out as well. It did look like DeFeo stopped and got refueled some new goggles and some hydration as well.
Gavin Simon jumping his way up all the way to the #7 spot, so that's going to push everybody back. He is our top 258 rider. JoJo Cunningham has not yet checked in with 2 laps complete. See some more guys coming in here to the FMF Factory KTM pits. That looks to be Grant Davis. It's Andy on the Andy on the goggles and Dad Bill on the hydration there. That is your #3 rider overall as they run on track.
Ampro getting ready for their guys to roll in. There's Strang, I believe.
Yep, Josh Strang into the factory beta, looking like he's going to take on some fuel. Still with the fuel. How long we cut away for there, but
yeah, lengthy pit stop for Strang.
Gonna have to talk about it in the team meeting.
Maybe, hopefully, just doing some extra stuff there. We panned away, maybe some wipe the gloves off, fresh set of goggles.
Well, and that's something we talked about yesterday. When mud starts flying, we start talking about vision, but it's also so crucial to have not only grip on the handlebars, but you'll see some of the teams spray the seats as well, because there's, as much as they have to move their weight around to control the machine, nothing like being back on the far side of the seat. You hit the brakes and you go sliding all the way up to the handlebars.
Don't need goggles, though. Austin Avenue showed the stat yesterday.
That's true.
I've got to wear those things, Austin. I was happy for
the eyes are bloodshot today, I guarantee.
I was very happy for him to get a podium, but you could see he was already. You could see the corneas were scratched as he was getting off the podium. He didn't care at that point.
No.
They could have taken his eyes. He would have been like, "Yeah, I don't need those things, man. I'm focused
living
on
large, dude.
living the podium life." And huge congrats to him if you're tuned in today. Looking like JoJo Cunningham has now come by there, so that is. Let's see where he slated in up into the top 10, 10th place overall from that 258 class, and second A rider. Gavin Simon, your top amateur, in 7th overall. We were making a big deal a year ago when we had our number 1 top amateur rider in the top 10 overall, Nick DeFeo.
Yeah.
Well, now Gavin Simon said, hold my Perpetuum, hold my race fuel, whatever you want to call it. 7th place overall on corrected time after 2 laps of racing. Absolutely on rails.
Yeah, and just, man, Johnny, we've talked about this till we're blue in the face. We had 3 guys out of the XC2 last year grabbing wins, 2 different guys, 3 different races. We're seeing it here today. We're knocking on the door of that halfway point here today, and we know that we get into the third hour, things certainly change up quite a bit. Now you got A riders knocking on the door of being in those top positions. Is GNCC broken? Like, what's the deal? Like, what is causing this?
Yeah, Liam Draper on screen there. I don't think anything is broken. I think it's a case of when you up the game and you really start changing the game. These young kids adapt quick, man.
Yeah.
They see the way it's done, and they take a look, and they say, I can do that too. And, they're training with these guys during the week. They're riding with them during the week. They're upping the pace. And in conditions like this, listen, I won 1 race in my career. This isn't about me, but I'm not the guy that says, oh, it's a mud race.
Yeah.
Like, this is a race. That said, it is not out of the ordinary to see very unconventional results in the way races develop in conditions like this. So I don't expect that when we get to Florida or we get to some of our more traditional rounds, we're going to see this much mix-up in the top 20. We know that, you got a guy like Josh Toth, even Nick DeFeo, Grant Davis, and not taking anything away from JoJo Cunningham and Gavin Simon. These guys are riding very well right now. But if I see this same running order 2 laps in Florida or Talladega, it's a dry day, I will be on the floor.
Yeah.
I'll need,
good point. Very good
exactly. I'll need oxygen because I'll be gasping for air. But on a day like today, I'm not surprised. These guys are riding well. They're sending it. These XC1 guys, they know this track is sketchy. No one wants to throw away round 1. And when I say throw away, these guys count every race. No one wants to say, well, I buried it. I lost 10 minutes. I ripped my brake lever off. I ripped my clutch lever off. I had a big crash. Like, you just don't want to give it away in round 1. You want to do everything you can do to try to earn max points. Now, granted, if you're looking back down here at the bottom of the top 20, you got Caleb Russell and Craig DeLong, 2 guys we talked about in the pre-show as former champions. That's not where they want to finish by any means. So they're going to need to get going. But we've seen so much mix-up within this top 20 already. I think things are going to start to shake themselves out here over the next 2 laps. But right now, I think it's just kind of the way this race is developing. You got some guys that are out there absolutely pinning it in the XC2 and also the A-Class, and I think the XC1 guys still kind of just finding the flow, doing the smart thing right now.
All right, I like it.
Cody Barnes, big jump up, was 20th last lap, up to 11th. Same thing with Gus Reardon, at tail end of the top. And that just goes to show, we've got guys that are jumping from one end of the top 20 to the other, and it's how quickly. It's not like we're talking the gap from, now Nick DeFeo, our XC2 guys, specifically DeFeo, have a pretty good lead right now, but everybody behind them, Jordan Ashburn, if you look at his elapsed time of 1 hour 9:56, sitting in the number 4 spot overall, you can come all the way down to basically, the top 20, even Craig DeLong, basically only, about a minute and 20 seconds.
Johnny.
Oh, look at this. Sorry.
Stu got around. This is Gerard.
And Stu Baylor is gone. He went up to what would be Gerard's right side. Now Gerard tangled up.
That's not a lap rider. That is another.
I think it is another one of our pro riders. Struggling to make out who it is.
Well, I think that might be Lyndon Snodgrass. Now we've got some guys coming up.
Is that DeFeo possibly?
Very possible.
So Gerard resetting down there
See
at
him
the
having
bottom
a hard
of the
time
FMF
getting that
PowerPoint
machine
and
restarted.
struggling. The jersey's ripped.
And look at that handguard on that.
Still not
side.
restarting that machine.
Wow. Oh, this is bad.
Big time loss. Guys, this is big here right now. If he can't get that machine restarted, I mean, I'm assuming he's going to get it restarted. It was upside down, most likely just flooded. Let's see if we can. Oh, he's still there.
No audio on this shot, so not 100% sure that's what he's doing.
That's Grant's dad, I believe, right there.
Taking a look, they're trying to see.
Man, what a shakeup.
May actually be Jason Jones, Cooper Jones' dad.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Cooper Jones' dad. My bad. I got my youth dads. Well,
now it looks like they may have stopped cranking altogether. They're pointing where they might be able to push him. Folks, this is a big development here on lap number 2. Your defending series champion, Johnny Gerard, having a miscue on the hill climb and now unable to get his machine restarted. Some guys laugh. Johnny Gerard always,
I guarantee you
Johnny's, he's probably telling jokes, but you know he's absolutely gutted, taking the goggles off. Big development here.
I mean, what do, Johnny? You just basically keep trying, hoping for the best at that point.
Yeah, well, the thing with these newer machines, you know, there is no kicker backup. So if he cranks that thing long enough that the battery stops cranking the machine, he's dead in the water. Short of, I mean, he can get push started, but he cannot get any. Looks like that was JoJo Cunningham.
That was good.
You can't get any outside assistance from another machine. So, like, they can bring him a battery out there if that's what it takes to get it restarted. They can push him. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're trying to find somewhere to push this machine to try to possibly get it bump started. I tell you what I think they're probably going to do is try to push it up the hill on the other side and then see if they're able to bump start it coming down the hill, or maybe they're moving some people out of the way. They're telling people to move. This is not the kind of action we wanted to see, but it surely is interesting. Look at all these people chipping in, and they're going to try to push Johnny Gerard's FMF KTM machine and see if they can get it refired after a miscue on the hill, stalling out, unable to refire that machine.
And as wet as it is here today, that is going to be very hard to get that thing push started.
Hey,
he did it.
Oh, they got it.
Got it. All right, so he's going to be back off and rolling now.
Johnny said, thanks, boys. Appreciate you.
Never say die. And guys, I'm not going to jump ahead 13 rounds here, but the difference between not doing that and just ultimately, that's it, 30 points gone, versus coming in and saying, okay, let's now, for Johnny Gerard, with the time that he lost, we know the conditions. The win, absolutely not off the table, but looking less likely. I think we're, at the end of this lap, we are surely going to see him well outside the top 20 overall, so it's going to be points management. We talked about it last year. There's similar rides from, top riders. It's points. It's how far can you get up to try to gain some points. For Johnny Gerard at this point, given the conditions, I think if he's able to get inside the top 10 overall today, that is a phenomenal comeback from what we just saw on screen.
It's exactly it. And, obviously a lot of debate about some things that happened yesterday, but Johnny, when you are a championship contender and Gerard's got a number 1 on his jersey and his bike for a reason, he is that championship contender. Every single position he can pick up matters. Absolutely matters.
Every point matters. We don't.
I didn't mean to get in the weeds on that, but you
regardless
of
yesterday, when you're racing at the top level, every point matters. One thing that I can tell you is if you're not willing to race as hard for a 10th as you are for a win, you don't belong at the top level.
Bingo.
That's what it takes, because every one of these guys wants it. They're all warriors.
That's it. Absolutely. So continue to watch that FMF PowerPoint. I think we're going to get a commercial break here in just a moment. But, boy, tough break for Johnny Gerard right there. Able to finally get that machine fired up. A shout-out to the Mud Fleas and Cooper Jones' dad as well.
Jason
Jones down there helping out Johnny Gerard, getting him fired up and going. But we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be right back in just a moment. Nick DeFeo, T-Rex leading the way out of the XC2 class. Josh Toast sitting in that number 2 spot. And the defending champ of the XC2 of Grant Davis sitting in that 3 spot. We'll find out how it shakes down with more right after this.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Community, family, teamwork. It's what we have stood on for over a decade. Hauling might be what we do at the surface, but it's much deeper than that. Because what you need matters. When you need a haul, give us a call at 724-852-4488. For 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year, we at JD Enterprises are prepared to serve you.
It takes commitment, passion, and endurance to make something great. Made by champions, for champions.
And welcome back to GNCC. And welcome back to GNCC Live here on RacerTV.com. We gave Andrea Lieb a little more extra airtime there with On Track School, but
a little extra credit.
A little extra credit. Oh, that was good. Why didn't I think of that? Good, Jackson.
That was
good.
the youngin' coming in with the heater.
Well, we're waiting on our next camera shot to bring in the pro rider action. On Friday night, we had a nice special event. Really, it was for the folks here on the property, but we had a FanFest, and the bike guys, the two-wheel guys, came out in droves for that. It gave myself, Jackson Burrell, and Zach Herron an opportunity to just kind of sit down and chat with some pro riders. We got to talk with Kevin Kozat, MXers for Jesus, that man right there, Josh Strang. Jackson, that was a ton of fun, man, and it was super laid back.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to be doing more of those, possibly at Ironman this year, possibly at Snowshoe. Got to talk to the ATV guys as well, so we're hoping this is going to gain some popularity, get all of you fans out there with us.
Yeah, and obviously pro riders out there signing some autographs as well, which was very cool to pass the time, and signing a cast. I think that was Hunter Jones' cast. Hunter Jones, he's a bad little dude. He got to, I think he came to the banquet one year and both legs were in a cast. Dude's stellar.
Jordan Ashburn out representing. Ben Kelly. It was really a who's who of GNCC there on Friday night, and it was a great event. You guys did an awesome job with that. I sat there and watched most of it. It was.
I wanted to get you up there.
No. I said no.
I knew you'd say no because we had enough pro riders. Yeah. Excuse me, current pro riders.
You're not offending me, bud. Retirement is for me. I love the golf course. I love not spending my day on Monday pressure washing.
Oh yeah.
So after a day like today. These are the type of conditions I thrived in typically as far as results, but I don't miss the cleanup. I don't miss the way you feel. I tell you what, I never felt more depleted than I did after a race like this. It just takes so much out of you physically. Retirement is the best decision I ever made.
Johnny's Win X Factor 2017 is probably one of the top two muddiest, nastiest races I think I've been to.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Zach Heron. We wanted to get down to the Red Bear Racing Kawasaki pits. Oh, that's Mom. That's T-Rex's mom. That's Mrs. Rex right there. Zach Heron, take it away.
Mama Rex.
I'm telling you what, if you guys think Nick DeFeo is nervous right now, Mama DeFeo, Elaine DeFeo right here with me. Man, beaming ear to ear. First of all, how proud are you right now? Nick doing a great job jumping over to this new team, and what a debut in the XC2 class. What's it like for you?
It's so awesome. It's really nerve-wracking, though.
Oh, I can only imagine now. We talked to him a little bit on Friday, and he seemed pretty calm, not really any too crazy expectations, but nonetheless, we know that he's capable of this. What has the offseason been like? I know there's no quite relationship like mother and child. How's he been feeling, and what was he thinking coming in round one?
He's been going to Florida a lot, so he was doing good.
He's been putting in the work for sure. Now he's got a pit coming up here shortly. Any words of wisdom? What are we planning on telling him?
Go faster.
Go faster, always. I love it. Well, there it is. That's why Nick's doing so well. He's got great people guiding him. Elaine DeFeo, I'm going to let you get back to it. I know you're nervous. Congratulations, and I hope to see if you can hold it up.
All right, thanks.
All right, guys, back to you.
Guys, I've got a little perspective on that. Mom is nervous. She just hopes he stays safe, but she wants him to go faster. I love the contradiction there.
Yeah.
It's great. That is a true race mom. She's like, I just want him to be safe, honey. Is that
guy's safe? Bringing a tree with him.
Riders, but that looked like to be maybe Josh Toth or Thad Duvall. Was hard to.
He got that tree removed from his bike. 5:33. We got you, buddy.
Yeah, she excited, nervous, go faster. Oh, look, he left that right out.
Oh, yeah, he did. Right there in the
now
track.
Some of our top riders working their way through.
I believe one of our XC2 riders there.
I think that was T-Rex Nick DeFeo right there.
Was it?
The 246, right? Yeah. And here comes, so he's actually gotten his way around possibly Stu Baylor. That looked to be by the riding style. Ben Kelly, and it's another, I think that might be Gus Reardon, possibly Mike Wikowski there. So these guys are coming through. Wikowski made a big jump up there. Was sitting in that 13th place overall, and now he's all the way up to the rear of, looked like Stu Baylor there, so he's made up some ground. That looks like Lyndon Snodgrass there to me. Look at that log is just sticking out into the trail, wreaking havoc. Ooh, hard to tell if that was Liam Draper or Caleb Russell. Might have been both.
That was Caleb Russell, Liam Draper just a spot or two behind him.
There you go. Then it looks like another tall rider on a KTM. Not sure who that was. Oh, it could have been Grant Davis.
Oh, yeah, very true.
I believe I saw Grant Davis way up in the pack closest to Baylor there.
That may have been Grant that I thought was Ben Kelly. Hard to tell which was which. They're both tall. They both ride KTMs, and neither one of them had goggles on.
Exactly.
So, guys, things for most of that XC1 class still very, very tight. Like,
yeah. And even the XC2. And, guys, I did want to point out some of the riders we haven't had an opportunity to talk about a lot yet here that are having very, very good rides here. From that, we've talked a lot about our top three in that XC2 class. We know Nick DeFeo, Josh Toth, Grant Davis, top three in the class and top three overall. Moving not too much further down when you come down to that 8th place spot in the overall. 4th in XC2, got Gus Reardon, and then Brody Johnson, 5th place in that XC2 class. A rider we've seen have some good rides, a former XC3 champion, riding very, very well and up inside the top 10 overall, sitting in that number 9 spot. Coming just a little bit further down, again, we've talked about Gavin Simon and JoJo Cunningham, both running well up inside the top 20 overall in the 7th and 10th place spots over respectively. And then it looks like 6th place in that XC2 class, Cody Barnes, 11th overall, and the only other XC2 rider who has made it up into the top 20 overall now on this lap number 2, 17th place spot overall, and would be 7th in XC2, Jack Walker on that factory beta. First ride, I believe, in that XC2 class for him, a former XC3 rider.
Correct.
Rider, I got to meet him and his father in Spain last fall, and I got to tell you guys, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that looks to be Thad Duvall, the 989. One of 10 kids. Jack
I didn't realize that. Wow. Holy smokes.
9 or 10, something like that.
Wow.
So he has 8 or 9 brothers and sisters. Several of them do race GNCC, and so Jack Walker out there, representing the Walker name, and he's probably got his. They might bring a school bus instead of a motorhome. I'm not real sure, but yeah, big family there, a lot of support, and I think doing very well in his XC2 debut.
I say Indiana guy. I think he's technically from Illinois, if I'm not mistaken.
Morrison, Illinois.
Yeah.
So I believe that's the home of the old Moose Run back in the day.
Now that's a throwback.
Yeah, and it's funny, from Morrison, Illinois, and that's actually where Cody Barnes actually lists as Sterling, Illinois, but I think he's from, I don't know, we'd have to look at a map, but I think Sterling might be, one tree away from, which in Illinois could be several hundred miles.
It's very true. It's mostly corn. Cody Barnes, interesting you bring him up. He came out to the FanFest that we just highlighted a moment ago, and we had some other XC2 guys out there, and we gave him the kind of canned question of like, who are some guys you look at in the class? He circled their name. Hey, I got to make sure I beat this guy today. Cody wasn't really in a lot of those conversations, and so Zach Heron actually asked him about it, and he's like, man, it doesn't really bother me. I think from the body language, it's definitely something he thinks about, and he deserves to be in that conversation. He's had some injuries over the last few years that have kind of turned things a little sideways for him. But, Johnny, as we know, today maybe not a reflection of what he's capable of. Once we get past now Talladega, round number 3, you start getting the big picture. And I think Cody's got some probably high expectations for himself this year.
I think he does. And actually, to shed a little perspective on that, Cody actually rode up here this weekend with me.
Nice.
He was spending some time down in Florida, had some sprinter issues coming back from one of the sprints a couple weeks ago. Rented a U-Haul truck to get his stuff and his wife Jade back down. And, he's just a simple guy. They're staying in their camper down there in Florida. And he just reached out a couple days ago. And looks like we've got some more troubles. One of our other A-class riders here at the FMF PowerPoint. Look how steep that is. Again, on camera, doesn't look as steep until the camera shows he's virtually standing vertical and he's parallel with his bike. But Cody Barnes, it didn't have a way to get his himself, his wife, and his e-bike up here. And he said the state of Florida doesn't have any rental cars that they're willing to let go for one-way rentals. I mean, he literally tried every single rental car company. He said, "Is there any way I could just hitch a ride?" And I said, "Sure, no problem." On the way up,
buddy.
What he kept talking about, he's very hard on himself. And I had the opportunity to be a chase rider for him at ISDE last year, and he's incredibly hard on himself. And, he hasn't been doing this whole GNCC thing that long. I think 2018 was his first year of doing the GNCCs, 17 or 18. And so he's not been here that long. Obviously, having a lot of success in that XC2 class, a lot of wins in that XC3 class as well, back when he's riding the Beta and was on, I believe, a Yamaha 125 as well. Did well in that 258 class. So he's come up pretty quickly. But he expects himself to be a championship contender and someone who's battling for race wins week in and week out. And I think when you expect that of yourself and you put the work in, it's not that far of a bridge to cross to get there.
I like it. We're rooting for you, Cody. So watching the FMF PowerPoint, Mud Fleas earning their keep today. Helping that A-rider out.
Big things happening in this section of racetrack.
Yeah, Johnny Gerard knows that firsthand. It'd be interesting to see where he checks in when he does at the finish line.
We're still waiting and watching for our leaders to work their way through with what will be 3 laps complete. A lot of spectators down there, a lot of fans, a lot of Mud Fleas. They're willing to help, but you got to give it a try. That's the rule of the Mud Fleas.
That's true.
If you just sit there and don't help yourself get unstuck, they're not going to help you either.
Rite of passage.
So going to be interesting to see if Gerard having bike troubles or if that was just an incident there.
That was Nick DeFeo, yeah.
According to our spotter, Nick DeFeo has overtook the physical lead on the track. Hollywood's not wrong much, so odds are.
If that was him, and it may have been another rider there with him, but if it was just him by himself.
All right.
So, and this is the gap right now. You're looking at Nick DeFeo has come by. Second place, still not. Now that's 40. We're being told 45 seconds back. Nick DeFeo also has a 50-some-odd second advantage. He is nearing upwards of a minute and a half in the lead. There's Jordan Ashburn. That is your number 2 rider. There is Josh Toth, possibly. Look to be in the number 3 spot physically, which would put him second overall on corrected time. So Jordan Ashburn, the lone soldier, then Grant Davis.
Yep.
So you got 3 XC2 riders in the top 4. And we'll wait and we'll watch who's going to be second place in that XC1 class.
Ashburn's right side shroud looked like it was tore off.
Definitely had been down. These are some more lapped riders. Man, there has to have been some real carnage out there for this thing's. I mean, we've been seeing mix-ups, but all the riders have been virtually wheel-to-wheel with no big gaps, and now we've got a big gap with the T-Rex. The 246 of Nick DeFeo out front with what we're being told is a 46-second gap. Now Stu Baylor coming through, but that bike smoking profusely.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of clutch heat coming from the bottom end there. That looks to be Ben Kelly, the 530 FMF Red Bull KTM machine. If you're Stu Baylor, you got to be thinking, man, I want to win this thing, but hey, I kind of win even if I lose.
Oh, yeah.
I got 2 guys inside the top 3 overall right now.
That was Angus there on the KTM machine.
Hard to tell who it was behind him there. It looked like it may have been one of those 2 Ampro Yamahas, possibly.
Or possibly a Honda as well.
Mike Wachowski, maybe?
It very well could be. Could be JoJo
I saw that they were
Cunningham
wearing a hip hydration pack. That's Lyndon Snodgrass there. I don't know his team name, but I know he's on a Husky. Palmer Motorsports, perhaps?
I think I asked Snodgrass, and it was basically the Josh.
There's Craig DeLong.
Racing.
There's Craig DeLong on that Rockstar Racing Husqvarna.
Husqvarna backed.
Husqvarna backed.
Lyndon Snodgrass.
Okay, all right. I remember him. I think he tagged Tyler Palmer in one of his posts. So I thought maybe Palmer Motorsports. Sorry, just trying to help out, Lyndon. Man, what a shakeup. Nick DeFeo out front, marching away. Big lead.
Yeah, back to Snodgrass. He kind of mentioned that prior to the race. We had some extra time there, so he was chit-chatting with the pro guys, and he mentioned that, like, kind of felt snubbed by the factory teams and feels like he's certainly capable of being a factory caliber rider and wants to kind of go out there and prove that for himself and prove it to the teams as well. So
I think I may have caught a glimpse of Brody Johnson.
Yes, possibly so.
Come through. I think it was the last Honda that just came through.
That was definitely the meat and potatoes of our top riders making their way through there.
Man, this is going to be interesting when they check in to see what these gaps work out to be. I think is that Gavin's? Yeah, Gavin Simon. This section from yesterday, remember, was very rocky. JoJo Cunningham there on the 501 Phoenix Racing Honda. New ride for him, new team, putting in a pretty good debut. You would call it a stellar debut inside the top 10 overall, if not for the fact that Gavin Simon is a couple positions ahead of him. But it looks like he's about tracked him down. He's about maybe 10 seconds behind him on screen there. We'll see what that shakes up. Don't know that it was a big secret. I think JoJo had a big, some type of crash or setback, broken wrist, wasn't even able to really do the photo shoot a few weeks ago, and now here he is out here racing. A lot of guys talking about it, saying, you know, JoJo, maybe you should just sit out round 1, try to get healthy for round 2. Well, running inside the top 10 overall and, you know, second place in that 258 class, nothing to shake a stick at. He is absolutely on the move.
All right, so as we wait on the rest of our pro riders and to see how things are shaking up when we get to the finish line as far as this rundown goes, obviously today, this weekend, thrown a bit of a curveball with the weather, the very inclement weather that moved in, and a mutter. And it's always best to, hey, let's get the rider's perspective on that. We had a chance to catch up with a few of the guys.
The track's probably going to be pretty ruddy and technical, I'm imagining. So I think it'll be a good track and a good race and a lot of lines for passing and opportunities out there. The dirt here at Big Buck is one of its own. You know, this time of year the ground is very wet here. Usually it has been through the winter, and the moisture is very deep. So I hope it ruts up good this weekend, and the track should be a good racetrack.
It's pretty crazy. All of the years that we've been at Big Buck, I can only look back and remember one muddier round, and that was 2021, where I was forced to start. Yeah, 2021. Yep, where I was forced to sit out. My brother ended up winning that day, but I did get to see the course. It did not break down terribly up on top of the hills, but there was random soft pockets. I did race a sprint enduro here, I want to say in 2016. That's the muddiest I've ever seen this place. So I think everybody's in for a surprise here with this one, because nobody really knows what to expect, unlike most courses where we've seen muddy races. So very unique to have a mudder here at Big Buck, but I think overall the course is going to shape up good where it's high and really bad where it's low.
I think it's going to be good. The rain's holding off longer than I thought. It's a little cold, but I think it's going to be good come Sunday. Maybe get a little rain. Nothing like a little bit of a mud race to start the year, but I think it'll be a good start to the year. Big Buck's never been one of my favorite, although last year I was on the podium here. Just looking forward to getting through Big Buck and get the season rolling.
Angus Reardon right there.
Yeah, we saw Ben Kelly and Stu Baylor come through on screen already. Gus Reardon. And then that looks
one of
like
our Honda riders.
Yeah, that's Mike Witkowski there. Lyndon Snodgrass.
Snodgrass having
Man, look at how deep that's getting. Oh, stalled it. Had a little miscue. Had to put the foot down. Back underway. One thing I did notice we talked about looked like possibly some clutch heat from Stu Baylor. Looked like that had subsided. Yep. Bike looked like it was in good working order. The 212 of Ricky Russell on that Triumph machine, making some moves, making some passes a little further up in the pack.
Back to Ben.
Stu Baylor still there in front of him. Yep. They're working their way out to the final field sections, coming to the finish. So we should see our leader, Nick DeFeo, checking in just about any minute, unless they have made up some ground, because we do know that if they are 45 seconds behind him, they're about a minute and a half behind on corrected time. There is Angus Reardon on the charts, looking pretty good. Feet up on the pegs, carrying momentum.
All right, got confirmation. Sounds like two-lap card is going to be coming out from Ricky Towery at the finish. So we'll be looking at a 5-lap race. And given the chaos that has been today, I don't think these guys are going to be too upset about that.
Guys, if this is Stu Baylor and Ben Kelly on screen, which it should be based off the shot we just saw.
Leaders for XC1.
I think Nick DeFeo may be in the finish line chicanes.
One person I've not personally saw is Grant Davis.
Yeah,
DeFeo has checked in, so he's already through the finish and gone. We did not get him on camera, but he has checked in with 3 laps complete. He is the only rider so far, so we're waiting to see. Looks like Stu Baylor there in the number 2 spot physically, followed fairly closely by, well, is that Ben Kelly still? Josh Toth now checked in. Jordan Ashburn checked in.
Mercy.
Wow. So Toth still in that number 2 spot, over 50 seconds behind Nick DeFeo. Nick DeFeo with a 50-second lead here with the 2-lap board out. Nick DeFeo putting on an absolute clinic in the mud riding. 50-second lead. Not just on corrected time, physically over second place. Another XC2 ride of Josh Toth. Jordan Ashburn in the number 3 spot. Those are the only 3 riders checked in so far now with 3 laps complete.
Johnny, you were saying you would think it was real once lap 3 came around, and here we are.
2-lap board. It's hard to argue. This kid is on rails, looking really good. Mom's going to be out there cheering him on, telling him to go fast, but also be safe.
Well, I did see the Red Bear Racing Kawasaki team look prepared for a pit stop, and that is what they'll do, a splash of gas for Nick DeFeo.
Is that DeFeo or is that Toth?
That is DeFeo.
DeFeo.
Yep,
246.
Hard because it's 206 and 246, but that was DeFeo. That is your overall and XC2 leader. I think that's Baylor there, maybe. Did Toth come through? It may be Baylor's transponder isn't working. I know we saw him on screen, but he is not showing checked in. We do now have 5 riders checked in with 3 laps complete in our screen. Now we've got 6 riders checked in. So Grant Davis still in that number 3 spot, but 41 seconds behind Josh Toth. So Nick DeFeo with a 50-second lead, then Josh Toth in the number 2 spot. Grant Davis another 41 seconds back. Jordan Ashburn is your XC1 leader and 4th place in the overall. So to answer your question, Jordan, Jackson. I believe it was you who said, have we ever seen an all XC2 podium? We've seen another first lap. Now we've seen another second lap. And this, I believe, may be the first time we've ever seen it 3 laps in of a 5-lap race. And with the gaps that these guys have, this is becoming closer and closer to potentially becoming a reality. Far from a done deal by any means, but these guys are putting on an absolute clinic. In the number 4 spot overall, Jordan Ashburn. Gus Reardon in the number 5 spot, which would put him in the number 4 spot in that XC2 class. Then Ben Kelly, 2nd place in XC1 and 6th overall. Stu Baylor has now checked in the number 7 spot overall, 3rd in that XC1 class. Then Cody Barnes jumping up to the number 7 spot overall, pushing Stu Baylor back, which means we had to have somebody else check in up there. No, maybe things are just... Lyndon Snodgrass, 9th overall. Mike Wachowski, 10th overall. Ricky Russell, 11th overall. And those are the 11 that had checked in with 3 laps complete. And Brody Johnson now has also checked in that number 9 spot overall.
Crazy, crazy day. Crazy start to 2025. I like it. We're here for it. We saw Josh Toth there a moment ago in the pits, getting a splash of fuel, some goggles. Looks like... Phoenix Racing Honda team prepared to do some of the same for their guys.
Yeah, it looks like the Kawasaki rig also waiting on Stu Baylor to make his way through, and here we go.
Yep, gas cap off. That machine's smoking, and Stu off the machine. Is it just so they can pressure wash it?
Looks like they're scraping some mud off the seat.
Yeah. Oh, and he's communicating with the team.
Getting the backside sprayed off, trying to catch a little bit of traction on that seat.
There you go. That's all it was. He said spray the butt off as well, man. Slicker and a mayonnaise sandwich out there for Stu.
No doubt. Here's Stu back on camera, I believe.
So thinking about Nick DeFeo leading it, Toth in the 2nd spot, and Grant Davis in 3rd. 2 of those 3 guys have captured an overall win last season.
Look at those handguards. Those are some billboards right there.
Right. Johnny, we go back 2 years ago, and we're saying, oh, it's never happened, it's never happened. And it's that cliche of everything seems impossible until somebody does it. Josh Toth did it. It was a mutter. It was an abbreviated race. Wachowski in and out of the pits.
That's actually Cody Barnes.
Cody Barnes.
Yeah.
And then Grant Davis pulls off 2 before the season's end. And again, everything's impossible until somebody does it. And then it just seems like, I could do that. And if you're Nick DeFeo, now you're looking at it going, I'm capable of that.
Sure. That was Ben Kelly on screen there. I don't think that was Stu Baylor earlier.
No, I don't believe so.
I think that was a left rider, and then that was, I believe, Nick DeFeo coming through. And then I think we saw Josh Toth a little bit, possibly right after him. We did see Jordan Ashburn for sure. Now we've seen Ben Kelly. We'll be waiting and watching to see if we do catch a glimpse of Stu Baylor. He spent a little bit of extra time in the pits there, really kind of cleaning that seat off, got some fresh goggles. Now we've got another rider, probably going to be JoJo Cunningham. You can see him revving that machine, and he's ready to go. Did not want to wait any longer to get back out there on track, trying to track down Gavin Simon to grab the win potentially in that 258 class. And also, look at this. Gavin Simon actually jumped up a position, and so did JoJo Cunningham. Those 2 are now 6th and 7th overall in the overall F. They have now checked in with 3 laps complete on rails, and 1.1 seconds is the difference between those 2. JoJo has caught up to the back of Gavin Simon. So we still are waiting on a few more riders here to round out the top 20, and then we will try to give you a rundown as we can. One rider that was definitely a little further up on that last camera shot that I have not seen yet, Craig DeLong. He had made up quite a bit of ground in that camera shot, and unless his transponder's not working, showing only still 2 laps complete for Craig DeLong. So did we miss Craig on the transponder, or did something happen in those final few miles of racetrack? We do have 18 riders checked in now with 3 laps complete. Jack Walker checks in from that XC2 class.
So things slowly starting to calm down just a little bit in the pits. And sounds like Zach Herron is live trackside at the FMF PowerPoint.
Check. All right, guys. Hey, I am down here at the FMF PowerPoint. First of all, a round of applause for our mud fleas behind us. There are so many people involved with getting these riders through, but this main line behind me has been the line of choice for the pro riders. I am 6'3". I want you guys to see exactly how deep this is. It is pretty much knee deep all the way down the face of this jump. I'm not even going to attempt to walk down the rest of this. Only the top level pro riders are hitting this. The rest looking far to the left, far to the right, but just as impressive it is that they're able to get up it, it's impressive that all these mud fleas are hanging around to help their favorite pro riders as well. We've got pros headed down here shortly. I'm going to get out of the way, but absolutely insane. Well over a foot deep this rut all the way up the hillside face. That's just part of Big Buck Racing here at GNCC.
All right, is he really 6'3", boys, or is he 6'1"? Now,
break out the measuring tape.
I was going to go with 5'9.5".
Definitely not that. I'm a very short 5'10" myself, so undesirable. I know, ladies. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm married.
You're taken.
It doesn't matter.
All right, now we do have 20 riders checked in for the top 20 overall, and we'll run them down for you. Nick DeFeo leading the way, Josh Toth in second, Grant Davis third. So, again, your top 3 overall are from that XC2 class. Then Jordan Ashburn, Gus Reardon.
Oh, no. Is that...
That's Craig DeLong.
That answers that question. Had made up quite a bit of ground, and now it looks like they are pressure washing off those boots. And this is quickly translating into a 0 points day for the 2023 champion, Craig DeLong.
Normally we do put the bikes up on the stands. Every now and again, though, we will set the rider up there.
No, not where Craig wants to be at all.
Oh, what a bummer. It looked like he had really made some strides that last half of that last lap. He had made up a bunch of positions. You can see dejected head down there. Really feeling for that guy. Makes it even that much worse when you go out there, you get everything muddy, you tear up equipment, and then don't even get the finish on the day.
Yeah, tough break for him here today.
Closing that out there, Gus Reardon, Gavin Simon, JoJo Cunningham in 7th, Ben Kelly 8th, Cody Barnes 9th, Stu Baylor 10th, Brody Johnson 11th, Lyndon Snodgrass 12th, Mike Witkowski 13th, Ricky Russell 14th, Josh Strang up into the top 15 overall, made some moves that lap, and then followed closely by Liam Draper and Caleb Russell in 16th, 17th, Jack Walker, Lane Whitmer, and Jason Tino round out your top 20 overall.
Johnny, is it possible to see if DeLong was able to check in for that lap, or if they had to get him from the trail?
I do not show him with 3 laps complete, so it looks like he's going to be ending his day with only 2 laps complete. Now it looks like Thad Duvall has checked in with 3 laps complete in the 21st place position, and as we suspected, Johnny Gerard now outside the top 20 for sure. Still has not checked in. We're showing him in 24th place, but that is with only 2 laps complete. Waiting on our defending series champion, Gerard, who we saw have his on-screen troubles, not able to make it up this very section of racetrack right here, the FMF PowerPoint, tangling with another rider, and then unable to get that machine refired under its own power, having to get some help from some mud fleas. Completely legal, well within the rules. Yeah. They helped him bump start. He got going, and now he's on a mission to try to save some points.
See if he can make it happen. I think we're going to try and get, once our pro riders roll through here, try and get Zach Herron back on the mic to give us a first-hand look down there. We'll see if we can make that happen. I saw Jordan McFadden down there, our engineer in charge, doing work. Oh, and Zach goes down. Zach Herron down. Man. Good save. Don't worry, buddy. Racer TV got it. That was announcer karma right there. You know, we get the race calls.
Guys, real quick, I think we have a sighting of our XC3 class leader, James Jenkins, the number 447 out of House Springs, Missouri, is the leader in that XC3 125 Pro-Am class, sitting currently in the 23rd place overall.
It's impressive.
So it sounded like we might have missed our shot there with Zach, but nonetheless, going to keep it right here on the FMF PowerPoint, see if we can catch some more of our riders making their way by.
Can you guys imagine what is going through Nick DeFeo's head right now? I mean, he's just stopped. They've fueled him up. Told him, surely he knows he's leading overall, not only on corrected time, but physically. You got to wonder, though. I mean, I don't know how. I think Nick's maybe 17, 18 years old. I think that's JoJo Cunningham just doing a big 180 and then opting for the out-of-round line. Yeah, that was. I meant to do that.
JoJo in that Craig DeLong leg length range as well.
14-inch inseam. The good news is they don't have to pick their feet up to avoid dragging their toes in the ruts. They just surf them right on top there. Still sitting on the seat. Definitely challenging, though, when you've got to do a pivot turn or something that. That makes it a lot more challenging.
Yeah, from this camera angle right here at mile number 2, you can really see how steep that hill is. If Zach falling down, it didn't give us enough example of it, but
Jackson twisting the knife. Jackson's got the heaters today. He's talking about extra credit for the on-track school.
All right, well, things shaking down. We'll see how it all shakes down here in just a moment. We had the 2-lap card come out a bit ago. We are well into the nitty-gritty on this one. Tough break for that man right there, Craig DeLong. Going to be an end to his day on the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. And some smoke coming out of Stu Baylor. We'll continue to monitor that, but no sense of urgency out of Stu outside of, hey, watch the machine off, wash me off, and let me get back to work. The XC2 doing a stellar job out in front with DeFeo, Toth, and Grant Davis, 1, 2, and 3. How's it all going to shake down? We'll be right back with more right after this.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
What? Don't do that. This reminds me of my bike. The Wolf was about the size of my new motorcycle. Have you seen it, by the way? Happy birthday, Grandma!
Really?
Look how the brushstrokes follow the line of the gas tank.
Hey!
Brought my +1. Jamie.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a night. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Progressive GNCC Racing is brought to you by Progressive. Progressive could save you hundreds of dollars on your automobile and motorcycle insurance. Specialized E-Turbo bicycles. It's you, only faster. Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com. Get ready.
Wait, it looks like.
Yeah. Welcome to the 50th Annual Progressive Insurance Grand National Cross Country Racing Series. This is the 50th year of GNCC Racing. We got to catch up with some of our riders and hear their thoughts about the 50th year.
50 years of GNCC. You know, I've been a part of it since 2005, 2006, so it's changed a lot since I've been here, just from media side and from just getting bigger and bigger every year. And I've seen a lot of things change, but it's the root of the series is still the same. We still have that, like, you know, family-oriented, you know, you can hang out and then you can race, and I love the atmosphere here, and I think it's great.
$50 years of GNCC, it's crazy that it's been 50 years. Obviously, I haven't been around for 50 years, but well, I'm getting up there. But it's huge for my family, and you know, I'm sure if Big Dave were still around, he would be really proud of what it's became and what Tim and Carrie and my dad and everybody have been able to turn it into. So it's really cool that it's gotten this far, and I'm sure it'll continue for another 50 years as well.
50 years is a landmark for anything. I mean, you see the big ones, the anniversaries, every business seems to celebrate 50, 100. So like to even make it that far in anything in life is I'm sure when they started this is not something that you could have told Big Dave that he would have even thought would happen. I mean, it's pretty crazy. They've created a great business, a great family with GNCC, and the ability to make it 50 years is all that you have to say. I mean, realistically, like that's huge for anything, any business, any marriage, no matter what, any relationship. For one thing to stay together that long is huge, and especially for what is classified as a small business to stay alive and running that long without ever being bought out by one of the larger companies, to be this successful over this many years. It's cool to be a part of.
All right, we saw some of our leaders work our way through there on camera while we were getting the perspective of some of our top riders. The theme, family. Everybody talked about the family atmosphere of GNCC. Obviously, the largest off-road series in the world, but it really comes down to a great place to bring your family and hang out and be around good people, and I believe that is a huge part of the success. As Carrie Jo herself said at the banquet, we're making a movie. The 50 years of GNCC, it's been publicized on social media and just showing the series starting from the infancy of what it was to the spectacle that it is today. What a transition it's been. Jordan Ashburn on screen, 2 minutes physically behind your overall leader of Nick DeFeo, meaning he's nearing now almost 3 minutes on corrected time behind Nick DeFeo. Nick DeFeo absolutely on rails. I think we have, that looks like Grant Davis to me, because that's an Alpine Stars helmet there. It was Ben Kelly working his way up, but now Grant Davis still in that number, we believe, 3 spot overall. We don't get those corrected time. So Davis has now gotten around Josh Toth, and Josh Toth now slipping back to that 3 spot overall. Folks, remember, yes, Jordan Ashburn is ahead of those guys, but on corrected time, they are able to eclipse him, pushing him back at least to 4th place in the overall. Then it's Ben Kelly with some fresh vision, got a fresh pair of goggles. Look at that. What's that?
That's slideways, textbook definition.
Go. On cue. Next up, we have got our 4th place rider in that XC2 and 5th overall of Gus Reardon. Man, he's got that far left line there, right on the track, left on screen, and charging through those South Carolina pines, looking like he's really picking up the pace, trying to track down those riders in front of him, which are the top 3 overall, all from his class.
All right, as we have a break in the action, I need to stick up for myself.
Oh, my goodness.
I broke the license out.
All right. Come on. Stu Baylor on screen, old news. Stu Baylor on screen, pushing his way past some lapped riders. That is the 3rd place in XC1. And when they checked in, he was 10th place in the overall. That tells you, folks, how shooken up these results are at the top. We've got not only XC2 riders, but 258 riders. Zach, we were busting your chops. We know you're actually 6'4". Let's let it go. Come on, buddy. 5'9.5" it is. All right. So with the top 3 out of that XC2 class, and last lap, 6th and 7th place overall, Gavin Simon and JoJo Cunningham coming out of the 258 class. Guys, I've been doing this a long time. 2012 is when I started doing Racer TV and calling these bike races. I've never seen a top 20 overall this mixed up. This is a wild day here at the 2025 season opener. 50 years in, we're gonna really shake things up.
Well, and we talked about it. I mean, Jackson, I think it was you that asked Johnny, have we ever seen an XC2 sweep of the podium? And now look at us. I'll be the first to say, if they were going to ask who's going to grab the top spots as Lyndon Snodgrass passes by, I'd have said Josh Toth or Grant Davis. Nick DeFeo, I think even Nick would have said, maybe at the end of the year, but I don't expect this here at round 1. But he is putting a hurting on the rest of this field.
And a physical 50-second lead as they completed lap number 3. When we come through this time, that's actually one of our top riders getting pushed kind of wide there. We'll see who it is when they come through. That line hooks back over. That is Mike Witkowski on that Phoenix Honda Racing team. Sophomore in this XC1 class. Good ride for him today. Solidly, actually 13th overall on the time correction once we mix in those XC2 and XC or 250A riders.
Not quite able to catch that rider that was making their way by, but definitely one of our top riders.
Looks like possibly Caleb Russell.
And I tell you what, being down,
he was much further back
at the FMF PowerPoint. I know we kind of focus on the 2 to 3 main lines, but it was incredible to see how many line choices there really was. We saw riders trying one line, having to turn back around, and then it was several feet away they were recreating. And some of those mud fleas that I shouted out there, pretty creative as well, saying, hey, it's legal, it's within the boundaries. Yep. The riders, we heard Walker Fowler talk about this, taking a second to make sure that they're actually getting shown the right line. But it seems like the line's continuing to develop even 2 hours into this race.
Yeah, absolutely. When things get this bad, the lines are going to continue to develop. They're going to go wide. They're going to what they call cross rut, which in Supercross would be a bad thing. Right. That means the front tire in one rut and the rear tire in another. In GNCC, they'll actually come 90 or 45 degrees across the rut to stop them from getting stuck in it. They kind of use the tops of the ruts as traction, and that's what we've seen several camera shots of. They go out wide, swing it, come across, gain speed to get up those hill climbs, to get through those tough sections of racetrack, and it's just making very important your line choices, but also very challenging. I mean, you come to a section, in a lot of these cases, Zach, you were out there, you saw it firsthand, it's not 5, 6, 8 lines, it's dozens, if not hundreds in some of these sections where there's just ruts going everywhere.
And sometimes the necessity is the creator, right? These lines getting stocked up by lap riders, and hey, plan A, B, and C are all taken up. Now I got to look to the left, look to the right, figure something out. And so, yeah, there were a couple of spots. We almost missed Nick DeFeo coming through because he was running at such a high rate of speed, and he was in a line that we hadn't seen a lot of riders using. And so what I also think is impressive is sometimes these top riders, they noticed, hey, this lap rider, maybe not quite as skilled as I am, he was able to get up this hill pretty well using this line. Then they change over to that line as well. So these guys constantly able to adjust and adapt to the situation in front of them, and sometimes even learning from the slower riders out on track.
Yeah, you know, and what is interesting is, you know, Nick DeFeo making obviously a lot of good decisions here today in very challenging conditions. Lacking is the wrong word for it, but not yet amassed the amount of experience of a lot of the other riders around him. Typically in muddy conditions, challenging races like this, you see kind of your veterans. You would expect to see a Josh Strang, a Stu Baylor, a Jordan Ashburn really put on a clinic because they're just so calm, cool, and collected. But today, it's one of those things, T-Rex either just by nature or by good fortune or, man, putting his time in, getting out there, really researching the track yesterday and this morning. He just has some good lines put together, and he's riding incredible. Like you said, a lot of confidence, a lot of speed, making it look relatively easy, just marching away with a 50-second physical overall lead at the completion of lap number 3.
Well, and it's so cool, the community and family that they've built over at that Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team. I talked to his mom just a little bit ago, and Doug Duchette over there as well. And all of these riders, they've kind of watched Nick grow up. They've kind of helped foster the creation of the T-Rex that we're seeing right now. And so everybody just beaming ear to ear right now as we take a look at.
Man, he is moving.
Yeah. I mean, just flying.
There we go, the 246 machine. And when they checked in with 3 laps complete, we pointed out that it was DeFeo and Toth 1-2. Well, those guys are teammates. So that's the Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV-MC team sitting there in the number 1 and 2 spots. So a big feather in their cap. Now the factory Kawasaki effort. And you've got to believe the guys at Kawasaki are going, they got a big win this morning with Rachel Archer in the morning race. And, I think we picked the right guys to get this, because right now they're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, right now Ryan Sipes, a little feather in the cap, saying, hey, all right, this is going well. And like you said, Stu Baylor, even if he doesn't win, as it sits right now, he's still winning. So a lot of work, a lot of time is put in, and these guys have done the on and off the bike stuff as well, media training all the way down to working together in the gym. And so good to see those hard works pay off. But everybody on this list, top 20 and beyond, they do work in the offseason. They put in the time, they put in the effort. And so DeFeo right now, even just in that last camera shot, he looks still a little spunky, right? He's not laboring in some of these bumps, and still looks like he's on the attack. So DeFeo looking strong now with less than an hour remaining.
Yeah, and we've mentioned it before. I mean, Nick has already put in some really phenomenal rides in GNCC racing, and especially in some muddy conditions, like we said. Talked about him already cracking the top 10 overall from that 258 class last year, which at the time it had been years since that had been done. Many years ago it was, but the first rider we've seen doing that in a number of years. And now here we are, fast forward not even a year later, and he's doing it again, but at a much higher rate. To be leading overall physically at this stage in his career, his first ever race on that second row, clearly pressure not something that really affects this kid much, because he's just looking like a veteran out there, and we're still, just in case you're wondering, we saw him come by, we're still talking, we're still waiting and watching for that second place ride to come through, which we've got Jordan Ashburn on track, as well as Grant Davis and Josh Toth, that are all physically pretty close together. We don't know who we'll see next. They seem to be swapping from one section to the next, but those are the next 3 overall, and 3 riders on the track coming. So will it be the 206 of Toth, the 922, or the big number 1 of Grant Davis, XC2 number 1, or Jordan Ashburn on the number 3 gas? So they're still waiting. We're still watching. See a pit board there for Stu Baylor. Looks like it says P3, so that's going to be an XC1. The crazy thing, to say this, P3 in XC1, and oh, by the way, P10 overall. 7 non-XC1 riders currently inside the top 10 overall.
And we know from some past races, Baylor definitely wants to know that he is not in P3 in the overall, just P3 in that XC1 class.
Yeah, he's. I would assume at this point he's physically seen those guys, because obviously he knows you would assume. Look at that. That looks to be Grant Davis there. I don't think we saw Josh Toth yet. We do know he was ahead of him. Didn't see Jordan Ashburn, did we?
I do not believe so.
Nope. And then there is Josh Toth. So that is your top 3 now physically on track. And then comes the number 3 of Jordan Ashburn. So that is your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place overall. Again, the top 3 running order mixed up on screen from what you're showing, but DeFeo, Davis, Toth, Ashburn are your top 4 as they run at the 9-mile marker here with just one more lap coming to the white flag.
Yeah, physically. That isn't only lap time. That's physical placement on the track.
And then here comes Ben Kelly, the 530 machine, trying to track down Ashburn. And then it is Gus Reardon putting in a big charge.
Wow.
He's made up some time and getting pretty close to that top 3 now. You got to wonder if he can get up there, get in the mix. And he's probably hearing all this buzz about the XC2 guys. And, to be 4th on the day is a good season opener, but I think he wants to be on that overall box.
Well, Gus has made it perfectly clear. He's finished runner-up now twice, and he's not been happy about it. And he's got a ton of respect for his competition, but nonetheless, he has felt like he's been the guy to beat, had some things not go his way. And so in a season like this where we've talked about how stacked the XC2 class is just as much as the XC1 class, I'm sure he's being told, hey, it's your fellow XC2 riders that are 1, 2, and 3 in the overall right now. Looks like Stu Baylor going to be coming through next. Gets the pit board. He's told ride smart. And I did hear you guys talking about maybe a little bit of steam coming out of that machine earlier.
There appeared to be some smoke actually coming out from the bottom end, like clutch heat potentially. It would look like he was overheating, but they got those radiators washed out. Here we see on screen Nick DeFeo, the 246, working his way through now at the 11-mile marker. So that gives you an idea. Stu Baylor at the 9-mile marker, 2 miles further ahead on track, and that is your third place in XC1, 2 miles further ahead, the XC2 leader in physical and corrected time overall leader, Nick DeFeo. That is a big, big gap, especially in this section of racetrack. It's pretty slow paced. That's a long amount of time.
Yeah, and we know there's going to be minutes now in between DeFeo and Davis as we wait for Davis to make his way through.
50 seconds last lap, and like you pointed out, Jackson, he has continued to stretch that out. Upwards of a minute, we're being told possibly as much as maybe 2 minutes is his physical overall lead over even his XC2 competitors and overall Grant Davis and Josh Toth. Phenomenal ride. White flag waving, guys. If Nick DeFeo doesn't crack under the pressure, he is going to be very hard to run down on this final lap of racing.
Yeah, no doubt. And even if the XC1 class catches up to him, they're going to have to make up that difference in time there on the split on the starts.
Yeah, that's, I mean, he's working with nearly 3 minutes after corrected time on Jordan Ashburn, the lead rider in the XC1 class. There is DeFeo, I believe. Just one more wood section to work his way through, and we've got him on camera again. You can see just how treacherous this course is becoming, but look at that. Feet on the pegs, on the gas, wasting no time. Doesn't look like he's riding with a lot of pressure. Just looks like he's out there doing his motos, clicking his lap times, and just another day at the practice track for Nick DeFeo.
Great shot as we jump back to our Yamaha Racing live drone. And yeah, he just seems at home. He seems good on the machine. He seems comfortable in the tighter stuff, the deeper ruts, and then you get him out into the open as well. Still looks like he doesn't have that tunnel vision, right? He's still adjusting his lines and adapting to the track lap by lap as well. So right now, I mean, he's playing with house money. That amount of time, yeah, he's in a great position. And now we have talked about before, it's hard to sometimes keep that same pace and intensity when you're out by yourself as well. So
but at this point, 3 minutes physically in corrected time. Man, I mean, that is a huge gap. He could back his pace down substantially and still stay ahead of any of the XC1 riders. His only real threats right now are his 2 XC2 competitors of Grant Davis and Josh Toth. I mean, those guys are about, we think, maybe as much as 2 minutes behind him. They're really the only ones at this point with a shot, unless he gives it away.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It honestly might be wise to back it down just a little bit. Take the extra half a second here and there. Make sure you're hitting your marks. And don't try anything too crazy because, like you said, you've worked this hard. You've got this big of a gap built up, and he's almost physically going to have to be passed by one of his XC2 competitors to be able to give away this overall win right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a phenomenal ride he's putting in. And at this point, you know, when you talk about taking an extra second or two, this guy could stop, make himself a sandwich, eat it, and still be in the physical overall lead. I mean, it's been nothing short of impressive, especially these last couple laps for Nick DeFeo.
Yeah, historic ride here from Nick DeFeo. No better way to start off an historic year here in GNCC racing than to make some more history here with our XC2 riders.
Man, if this doesn't get you excited for the rest of the season, too, like, I mean, some of the big names, and I'll be the first to say, I think DeFeo flying under the radar. We didn't know what he was expecting, jumping up to the XC2 class. Even him, Mikey even talked to him. I don't think he was going to say, hey, I'm going to be one of the guys to beat, and then to go and not only win his class, but to do something like this. Man, the 50th year looks like it's going to be one for the books.
Absolutely. He is just a few more corners here, and we will see a white flag waving. He's going to make a right here, then our famous left-hander. 2 more turns to the finish line, and a white flag waving in Ricky Towery's hands, and he will have the opportunity to say only one more lap of this treacherous big buck track he needs to traverse to get himself what could potentially be his first ever XC2 win and first ever overall win. And there it is, folks, white flag waving. Nick DeFeo has checked in, continuing this overall lead and the ride that dreams are made of. A throwback to our good friend Rodney Tomlin. Man, just looking so good out there, boys.
This is what dreams are made of. Get in the XC2 class, get your first overall win the exact same day. You couldn't plan it up any better.
Yeah, and for perspective, he has slowed down the pace. He was in the low 35s last lap, 36.19 this lap, but we know he's actually extended his lead, so that just shows you how much everyone else has slowed down even more. 36.19 lap time for Nick DeFeo. Last lap, Josh Toth with a 35.57 and Grant Davis a 36.31. So we'll see what those guys have for lap times when they do check in. But right now, let's just enjoy this on screen. We've got a great shot from our Yamaha Racing Live drone. I believe our backup drone. We had some drone issues there for a while. It's been a challenging day with the conditions, challenging day with a lot of technology and equipment, but we're making it work, and this is a great shot coming your way, and Nick DeFeo just making all the right moves, picking all the right ruts, and not putting a foot wrong here today so far at the Big Buck GNCC.
I'm continuing to watch the clock here, and we'll wait to see if we refresh time and scoring, see who checks in and what that gap is now. Yep, still waiting. So this is, man, I mean, there's almost not even anything that you could say. You talk about riding the ride that dreams are made of. Has he dreamt this? I mean, like, this is brand new territory.
When most likely when Nick DeFeo was on a 65, he had a dream about winning, an overall race. Thinking maybe sometime in my early 20s I could get that done. That would be great. Here he is, still a teenager, still not only in that XC2 class, his first ever attempt at that XC2 class, and he is already through our pro pit area. The team cheering him on, and folks, a while ago, remember those chicanes he went through? That was the finish line. No other rider has still checked in with 4 laps complete. He is the only rider out here on the last lap of racing. We're waiting, we're watching, we're refreshing, but this is the story right now. Nick DeFeo all alone out front with not a big, not a huge, a monstrous lead at this point.
Yeah, to say the least. Taking a look now, still nobody checked in so far.
Wow. Our man Brock Glover in here with us. He's got the clock running 2 minutes 23 seconds and still no second place rider checked in. We're refreshing, we're waiting, we're watching. I don't even know what to say at this point, fellas.
Yeah. I mean, and it's like you're watching him right now on screen, and there's not anything insane that he's doing, Jackson. I mean, it just seems like he's going with the flow, if you will. He's just letting the track come to him, and it seems like he's having fun, right? After a long day of work, you say, I'm going to go out and have a fun moto, maybe do some cool stuff, enjoy myself. That's what it looks like he's doing right now. He's not pushing the pace any more than he has to. Seems in perfect control.
Still nobody, guys.
Jeez.
Yeah, Zach, like you were saying, though, absolutely just flowing out there. And trying to take a look, is that another one of our count? No, it was not. That was definitely a lap.
Okay, now we have our second place rider checked in. Josh Toth, Nick DeFeo's teammate, has checked in 3 minutes 7 seconds behind. Is your second place rider in XC2 and overall. As we refresh again, looks like we do now have Ben Kelly checking in. Grant Davis is not. There is Grant Davis, so Ben Kelly has worked his way around Grant Davis, meaning Ben Kelly has also worked his way around Jordan Ashburn. So now he is our physical leader in XC1 and sitting in the 4th place spot overall as Grant Davis checks in 33 seconds behind Josh Toth. And Ben Kelly checks in. Man, we got to do some math. But, guys, listen to this. 2 hours, 21 minutes, 9 seconds for Nick DeFeo elapsed time. Ben Kelly's elapsed time, 2 hours, 25 minutes, 53 seconds. Is that correct? So he's 4 minutes and 44 seconds behind.
Wow. That's all there is to say. Wow.
Wow.
Mic drop.
Yeah. That was Nick DeFeo that just dropped that mic. 4 minutes, 44 seconds on the nearest XC1 competitor who is sitting in the 4th place spot overall.
5th now.
Ben Kelly. Oh, now, look at that. Yep. And Gus Reardon checks in 18 seconds behind Grant Davis. Ben Kelly drops to that 5th place spot. Realistically, Gus Reardon and Grant Davis battled for that championship last year. Now they're battling for 3rd place in that XC2 class. They're not that far behind Josh Toth. Josh Toth about 33 seconds ahead of Davis. So you've really got a kind of a 3-way battle over those final 2 podium positions. Guys, Nick DeFeo's gone. 3 minutes, 7 seconds. I'm sure it's happened, but I don't remember the last time we've seen a lead anywhere even approaching this. I mean, a minute in GNCC is a big lead, let alone 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Let alone from the XC2 row. I mean,
from any row. It doesn't. At this point, that's
mind-blowing.
irrelevant. Lyndon Snodgrass working his way through. Jordan Ashburn still has not checked in with 4 laps complete, meaning that Snodgrass now makes a jump up. Did we not see Stu Baylor either? Snodgrass checks in second place in XC1, getting his way around both Baylor and what do we have here on screen? There's Reardon. That is 4th place in XC2 and 4th overall. Snodgrass, Jordan Ashburn has now checked in 3rd place in XC1, 10 seconds behind Lyndon Snodgrass, who's a minute 51 behind Ben Kelly. So Ben Kelly, your leader in XC1, 5th place overall. That sounds weird to say, with a 1 minute and 51 second lead over Lyndon Snodgrass. That may have been Mike Witkowski there.
Possibly, yeah. He seems like he would be next on the list.
Josh Strang?
Strang.
Yeah.
Question mark?
I believe
yes, that's
is.
Strang.
Okay, yes, Mike Witkowski has checked in now, 9th place overall, and that would make him 4th in that XC1 class. And then Josh Strang making a big jump up to 5th place in that XC1 class and 10th overall. So that is your top 10 overall checked in. I think that may be Gavin Simon there. It is, and then Stu Baylor. So now we've got our top 12 riders checked in. We'll run them down for you here. Strang drops all the way down to the number 12 spot with Cunningham up to 6th place overall. And I don't see here. We did see Gavin. There he is. Gavin Simon 7th. So JoJo Cunningham getting around Gavin Simon. They are still in that 6th and 7th place overall positions. Cody Barnes has also checked in the number 10 spot, which would put him, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. That would put him 5th in XC2 Pro Lights. And Brody Johnson also has checked in 6th in XC2.
Man, I am just... mind blown. I mean, like, I seriously, it's just so incredible to watch. And it seems like not only this XC2 class has jumped up, but some of our A classes as well. I mean, just saw Cooper Jones pop through as well. And I mean, yeah, it is. The level has been raised, and we talked about 50 years of GNCC racing and talking about the depth of the XC1 field. It's pretty incredible now to see that this goes far beyond the XC1, the training, the lifestyle, the preparation for XC2, XC3, our A riders. It's clearly going all the way down the line because these kids, we're 2.5 hours into this race. They're still charging hard. What do you say?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we not see Stu Baylor check in on screen?
We may have. I'm not really sure.
He's not showing as scored with 4 laps complete, but I could have sworn we saw him on screen. May have been another lapped rider.
We'll see if maybe our man OPAG can give us a 411 on Stu Baylor. I agree. I thought I saw him physically cross the line, but has not checked in on timing and scoring. Could be a transponder issue, so we'll wait and try to get...
Riders were waiting on not checked in with 3 laps complete. Stu Baylor, Ricky Russell, Liam Draper, Caleb Russell. Those are riders that were running a little further up in the overall or roundabouts in the overall and have not still checked in with 4 laps complete. The only thing I can say at this point, Zach, T-Rex, baby. T-Rex, T-Rex, T-Rex. That's the story of the day. I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead. We do our little closing segment. What's your takeaway from today? T-Rex. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex kind of day, and 3 minutes, 7 seconds. I don't even know what to say. Phenomenal performance from Nick DeFeo. Absolutely putting on a clinic, riding the ruts, and just pushing the pace today to march away from these leaders, from what were the leaders, and now making himself the leader of this race. We are getting word that Liam Draper out of the race, being towed back to the Pro Pit area. We do know the rules in GNCC. Once you receive a tow, whether it be from another rider or from the track crew, you are done for the day. No tow, or once you tow, no go. So that is a bummer for our former XC2 champion from 2023 who really has lit the world on fire since joining this XC1 class the end of 2024 with 4 straight podium appearances.
Crazy.
Not going to be able to keep that streak going, ending his day early here today at Big Buck.
Johnny, I am going to quiz you. Now, knock on wood, we're not at the finish line yet, so we're not going to complete this theory. But do you remember what the first season was that we featured the XC2 class? I was going to say we need Jeopardy music.
I'm going to say 2000 and I didn't look at whatever it is that you're covering up. I'm going to say 2006.
Very close. 2008. I believe we got Nick DeFeo about to roll through here through the FMF PowerPoint. Make some noise for that young man.
Look at right up. What hill?
No
what
problem.
ruts?
No problem for a dinosaur. T-Rex. No, 2008. The reason I brought that up, I asked Adam Gordon, hey, man, get confirmation on this. So it took 16 years to 2024, where we saw our very first XC2 overall winner. And then now we have seen possibly, if Nick DeFeo can hang on, or if it's Toth or Grant Davis, quite frankly, at this point, we'll see 3 different guys out of the XC2 take an OA and 4 different races in literally a season plus 1 race.
Yeah.
Never expected to see that.
Yeah, it's almost like
let alone a sweep, which is
that would be the
looking
first time
like it's going to happen.
Yeah. A lot of attrition setting in. We're still only have 15 riders checked in now with 4 laps complete. Yeah,
it's baffling. It really, it's.
I did not expect the conditions and the track to create this much chaos today. This does open an opportunity with all the attrition. Can Johnny Gerard score some points today? We said a good day for him would be to get back to the top 10. Looking at the time gaps, that's not happening. But he very possibly could still break his way into the top 20, maybe even the top 15 overall to gain some points. And the reason I say that, I mean, we're looking at the gap from Josh Strang in 13th overall to Caleb Russell in 15th overall, 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Jack Walker splitting the difference. Jack Walker, a great ride for him in that XC2 250.
I don't know if that's... So Nick is down.
He's off the machine. No, this is nothing to panic about.
No.
You have 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
Say, he's
going to lose about 10 seconds. He's going to get on his way. Nothing to panic about. But you don't want to add up too many of those.
I was going to say, if you're a young Nick DeFeo, that probably felt like 3 minutes right there.
Well, that's another thing. The inexperience that Johnny was talking about earlier, does this create a sense of panic? Another simple mistake leads to another mistake. And so he's got to keep the heart rate down, keep the breaths going. And got to be pretty confident that he's getting told exactly what that gap is.
Zach Whitten did an interview with Mom. Mom said,
go faster.
Go faster.
Yeah.
Damn, he took that literally. He's like, okay, I can do that. I got you, Mom.
Mom and Nick got this under control right now, but my advice to Mom would be give Nick a pit board that says go slower.
Holy smokes.
Because with the 3 minute 7 second lead,
hit your marks.
But then again, it's one of those things we talk about it. When you're in the zone, when you're dialed in like he is right now, on Saturdays, Bryson Neal may be locked in, but Nick DeFeo is dialed in. He's picking all the right lines. He's doing everything. We did just see him get hung there for a few seconds, but nothing to worry about. I don't know, man. Don't change anything. Don't get it in his head. Just ride around. That's when you make mistakes. That's when you get the big crash, break a lever off, something like that. That was pretty slideways there. Zach missed that. That's his tagline, but he kept going, kept it on 2 wheels. It looks like he's still pushing. Looks like, and maybe that's exactly what he needs to do, because it's worked for 2 hours and 36 minutes. He's amassed a massive lead, one of the largest we've ever seen in GNCC racing for an overall win, and he's looking good. Don't change anything. Just keep going.
And that's what I was going to ask. I mean, how many times do we hear riders say, I probably should have backed it down, but I'm honestly kind of bad at backing it down. And all of a sudden, I'm doing things that I wouldn't normally do, and I'm second-guessing decisions because I don't want to make the wrong one, and then I do make the wrong one. And so, that might be the plan for DeFeo is just, hey, keep grinding until you see a checkered flag. Like you said, what's been working for the last 2 hours and 37 minutes, essentially, just bring it on home.
A couple more riders have checked in now. Jason Tino's 16th overall, and I don't know what place in XC2. There's a lot of those guys in the. I'm not saying so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th place and 16th overall. 8th place in XC2. 2 minutes 51 seconds behind Jack Walker, who's 7th place in XC2. Shout out to him, 7th in your debut XC2 ride, top 20 overall on that factory beta machine. Chasing his teammate and team manager, by the way, Josh Strang, 13th place overall and 5th place in that XC1 Pro class, only 35 seconds behind Mike Wachowski for 4th. So shout out to Josh Strang. Had an opportunity to talk with him on Friday, and he said, hey man, this is really hard to try to run a team and race, but I'm trying to balance it. Doing a good job here today. Surely not the overall position he would want, but a top 5 in that XC1 class, nothing to shake a stick at for sure.
He had a very realistic, I think, and good perspective coming from Josh Strang, the veteran of veterans in that XC1 Pro class on the beta machine. He's like, I want to prove that this bike is raceable, and I want Jack Walker to prove that this bike is raceable. I think both of those guys
tough conditions, and they've got two betas in the top 20 overall. Guys, and again, not to cause panic if you're a Stu Baylor fan. Stu Baylor is still not checked in with 4 laps complete unless his transponder's not working. I don't know if there's a way we can confirm that. If we have the opportunity to confirm with timing and scoring, if they have a hand backup. I thought we saw him on screen, but
I think we had that issue earlier as well.
Yeah, and that's why I don't want to cause panic, but he is still showing only 3 laps complete, which would obviously change all these by 1 position. But also, we mentioned Jason Tino. Lane Whitmer, 3rd place in that 258 class and 3rd overall amateur, has checked in 17th place overall. A great ride for Lane inside the top 20. He is just putting in a good ride here today, but 7 minutes back of Gavin Simon, who's 2nd place in that 258 class. Jojo Cunningham leading the way in that one. Okay, we are being told that Stu Baylor has not checked in with 4 laps complete. So, all the hype before, Mikey, you and I did show openers. We talked about Johnny Gerard. We talked about Stu Baylor, and those 2 guys kind of early through most of last season were the title favorites. They were very much 2 of the riders that were the most talked about coming into the season, along with Caleb Russell, who's sitting back there in that 15th place spot. Well, apparently there's 14 guys at this point that watched those preseason interviews and said, I should have been on that. And, man, they're making a case for it right now. But, again, crazy conditions. That said, points are points, racing is racing, and Nick DeFeo putting on an absolute clinic, whether it's mud, dry, doesn't matter. 7 miles into this one, we're waiting on him to come through, and that... we just jumped from one. Now we're back. Nick DeFeo still out there on the Yamaha Racing Live drone, leading the way not only on corrected time but physically with 3 minutes and 7 seconds at the completion of lap number 4. But I mean, Mikey, do you remember a time where we've seen a gap this big?
The guy we talked about a lot coming into today, Caleb Russell, had some monumental wins back in the day, but like that, no. I mean, just
it has happened, but it's been a long time.
And I feel like it's normally one of those kind of duster races where somebody gets out front and just checks out, and then the rest of the guys have trouble keeping up through the dust. But yeah, Nick, just absolutely sensational. The irony, we come into today, we built a lot of hype in the show opener as well, Johnny, about the amount of former number 1 place from the XC1 that we have more than ever. Josh Strang, Caleb Russell, Craig DeLong, Jordan Ashburn, Ben Kelly, Johnny Gerard. Am I missing somebody in there? But I feel like I've left somebody out.
Did you say Josh Strang, Jordan Ashburn?
Josh Strang, got both of those guys. But anyways, the point is, talent is so deep in the XC1. Well, be remiss not to say the talent's just deep, period.
And the talent is deep, and the throttle is twisted.
He's having so much fun out there. Nick DeFeo.
Man, that's definitely not anything short of impressive. He's up on the pegs. You see a lot of these guys doggy paddling, kind of just trying to make their way around this track, and Nick DeFeo up on the pegs, clutching it, just dropping the clutch and just clicking off the mile markers, man. He is no shortage of confidence, no shortage of bike skills, and he is ripping right now.
It's interesting. Jason Wygant had an opportunity to go to the Red Bear Racing Kawasaki team and do some basically media training with them. And T-Rex, he asked Zach and I, what do I ask T-Rex? I was like, man, get him to talk to you like he's bench racing, because he's stellar at that. The interviews need some improvement, so Weege worked with him, and Well, T-Rex, you're going to get your opportunity, bro.
I've already sent the text to Jason and said, I hope you put in some work because we're going to find out. But it's also funny. I mean, his mom, Elaine, a great woman as well, and she's very chatty. And, man, that camera came on. And I mean, this is a huge opportunity for them in a huge situation. But, yeah, it's tough once the camera gets on you. But, man, if you're putting in performances like this, you better get good at interviews because, man, bright future ahead for Nick DeFeo.
Guys, we've got a few more riders that have checked in now with 4 laps complete. Want to give these guys a shout out because at this point it's starting to look more and more like just completing the laps is a challenge and an accomplishment here today. So we left off with Lane Whitmer in that 17th place spot overall from the 258 class, 3rd in that 258 class. Chase Landers from Monterey, Tennessee, 18th place overall, 4th in that 258 class. Will Siebenpiper, 5th in that 258 class, 19th overall, and Ryder Lafferty on that Privateer Honda XC1 Pro, 20th overall. James Jenkins, shout out to our XC3 125 Pro-Am class leader, 21st place overall, and Caleb Wood, 22nd overall, the leader of the 4-stroke A-Lights class. Those are the only riders who have completed 4 laps of racing.
Well, getting down to the nitty-gritty now, just a little bit left, and we could see the first XC2 overall sweep. What a way to kick off the 50th season of GNCC Racing. We're going to grab a quick word from our sponsors. That is the guy we've all been talking about, or maybe even not talking about. He's leaving us speechless out here. Nick DeFeo. He can toss it down on the ground, maybe take a quick nap, get back up, keep going. DeFeo possibly going to grab his first XC2 win in the overall to go along with it. We'll be right back to the VP Racing Big Buck GNCC.
Unleash aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda Tires. Delivering exceptional performance on all types of vehicles. Automotive, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, bicycles, trailers, lawn and garden, and even golf. Trust Kenda Tires to guide you on your next adventure. Kenda, designed for your journey.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
Unleash aggression, reliability, and premium quality with Kenda Tires. Delivering exceptional performance on all types of vehicles. Automotive, ATVs, UTVs, motorcycles, bicycles, trailers, lawn and garden, and even golf. Trust Kenda Tires to guide you on your next adventure. Kenda, designed for your journey.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the VP Racing Fuels Big Buck GNCC. 50 years of GNCC racing getting kicked off right here. And we're looking at history here, Johnny. Not just 50 years of racing, but the potential first ever XC2 overall podium sweep. and that's about as much as I've got. It was
Zach,
left speechless.
Zach, let me tell you what that facial expression that you're responding to was. I don't even know if you realized it. Maybe it was just me, but did it not sound like he went back to like West Virginia or origins of GNCC?
Yeah.
50 years
Look,
of
Bo,
GNCC.
all right, you've called me short. Now you're calling me redneck.
No.
I've had enough.
It was that was what the reaction was.
No, I love it. I love it. It's cool to be a part of it. I mean, Jackson and I were talking about it earlier in one of our youth races, or our AM race. We're still relatively new to the series, our third year starting here in 2025, but the family aspect that we've talked about so much, everybody's embraced us, from the riders, the fans, you guys. It's been an awesome journey so far, and with races like this, how can you not fall in love with this sport? I mean, we both come from the motocross side of things, and man, I'm just as obsessed with this now as if I grew up racing it. And man, we've got the next generation that we're kind of watching right now between Nick DeFeo, Josh Toth, who's kind of, I feel like, in both the been there, done that, and also still got more to prove, in Grant Davis. The future's looking bright.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys young and hungry and just pushing the pace, and it just goes to show. I mean, we used to say GNCC's an everyman sport. Nowadays you pull in, and I mean, there's semis and toter homes and big stacker trailers full of high-dollar race equipment, but the reality of it is, anyone could pull in here with a pickup truck, a dirt bike, or an ATV and compete, and that's what makes it the everyman sport.
That's it.
Make no mistake, Nick DeFeo, Josh Toth, Grant Davis, even JoJo Cunningham, Gavin Simon, R2. These are not. I'm not saying they're everyman. I mean, they are. We all are. But these guys have put years and years and years into their craft to train, to ride, to learn GNCC racing, but you can't, no matter how good you are as an amateur rider, or no matter how good you are as a lights rider, you don't get the opportunity to go out. That looked to be Johnny Gerard, maybe? Yeah, I think it was.
Definitely what it looked like here at mile 9.
So he may still be out there trying to salvage some points after losing a bunch of time. We'll see if he has completed 4 laps. Toby Cleveland has now checked in, so is Cole Whitmer, Hunter Smith, Hunter Bush, and that is it. So 26 riders, that's all that has completed.
Wow.
So if that was Johnny Gerard, makes sense. Still out there trying to track down, hoping maybe some guys will have problems on that last lap. 20th overall pays 1 point in the championship. At this point, that's likely what he is hunting. I will tell you this, though. As far as he is back now, he has to have had additional troubles. He lost a couple of minutes, getting that machine started. We didn't have a clock on it, but I'm going to guess somewhere in the 2 to 3 minute range earlier in the race. He's now, let's see, DeFeo checked in 16:29, so almost 25 minutes ago. So that's how far Johnny Gerard is behind your physical overall leader, Nick DeFeo. Guessing he's had some more challenges since then, but look at this. Now it looks like DeFeo coming almost to lap him. But if he doesn't get him before the finish line and Johnny's able to get through,
good point.
It gives him the opportunity to go get those spots and maybe potentially earn some points here today. But that is your leader on screen, Nick DeFeo. If that was Johnny Gerard, which I'm pretty certain it was, nearly lapping last year's champion, Johnny Gerard, who has had some struggles today. But it just goes to show the pace that Nick DeFeo is on. 3 minutes, 7 seconds was the gap at the completion of lap number 4. And now we're down, Mikey, to less than 3 miles, standing between him and a waving checkered flag for what can potentially be his first XC2 win, combined with his first ever overall win physically.
It's really leaves you without words. You talk about, I heard you give Rodney a shout out earlier, the ride that dreams were made of. That is legitimately the definition of it, because there's not a kid out there that rides a motorcycle who hasn't thought about picturing himself winning in overall. I don't care if you're on a micro, you've pictured that. I don't know if Nick DeFeo pictured himself doing it this early in his career.
The other thing worth mentioning here, and maybe normally I'm supposed to be the statistician, but I don't believe, obviously Josh Toth won that overall last year and came in very near behind your overall, or your first place in XC1, getting that overall. Did not physically cross the finish line first in that race. Grant Davis, both times that he won, was not, I don't believe either time. So. I know the one time he came right in behind. Yeah,
Ashburn, I believe.
I think it was Johnny one time.
Okay, then maybe Ashburn.
Maybe. Yeah, I honestly can't remember, but I don't know that anyone has ever physically won an overall from XC2. An overall is an overall. We're not taking anything away from previous accomplishments, but it's just another interesting little note he is physically ridden by these guys and ridden away from everyone else on the racetrack to the tune of 3 minutes plus.
And in those situations you brought up, Johnny, too, we would sit here by the scoring computer and wait on that adjustment time.
We don't need to do that today.
There's no question about Nick DeFeo. And like, he crosses. We don't need to look back at the scoring computer. That 3+ minute knocking on the door of 4 is more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, looking here, I mean, the only riders that could potentially throw a monkey wrench in this, obviously, would be JoJo Cunningham and Gavin Simon. But if we look at elapsed time, they're upwards of 5 minutes behind Nick DeFeo. So don't think, they're going to come in the mix, but anything's possible.
Yeah.
When he crosses the line, just looking at the gap that we have on screen here, those guys started only 1 minute behind him, and they're not going to, right now, they're not anywhere near within 1 minute of him.
It makes me feel old because Nick and Grant Davis, these guys were little
youth
tiny kids when I started. So this is, thanks, fellas.
Buddy.
Appreciate that. I thought I had longer to go before I started seeing the youth kids as I entered GNCC having this kind of success. Well, throw that out the window. I'll be 40 this year.
Buddy, many years ago when I was in your shoes, the little kid, that is Johnny Gerard. I'm near certain of it. It is. And he's still charging along, trying to potentially earn some points here today. He is.
That man ain't going to quit.
Just ahead of Nick DeFeo, but Nick DeFeo coming to lap him. Johnny Gerard has to have had some additional struggles after stalling that machine while not being able to make it up the FMF power point, unable to refire it. Some fans jumping in, some mud fleas. Jason Cooper helping him out there. They pushed the machine, got it fired. Johnny thanked him, took off, and he's been in pursuit of points the rest of the day. Currently, as we look, I believe it's 26 riders had checked in with 4 laps complete, and Johnny just about a mile away from completing his 4th lap, so he's going to need to make up. Now it's actually 29 riders have checked in, so he's going to need to make about 10 spots on this last lap, and quite a bit of time. Let's see here. Colton Shields, the last rider, checked in with an elapsed time of 2 hours 47 minutes to get to 20th. Would be Ryder Lafferty. 10 minutes. 10 minutes and basically 9 positions is what Johnny would need to make up. But we know there's been so much attrition, so many riders just not coming around the next lap, but this guy just keeps clicking off laps. He has lost a handguard since we saw him last.
We'll dab right there. All right, now we're just nitpicking at this point, T-Rex.
I don't know really what else to say, except I kind of want to see, it's not going to happen, kind of want to see Nick DeFeo just cruise these last couple field sections and just high-five the fans and stop and talk to his mom before he crosses the finish line. I know it's not going to happen, but I mean, this lead is just mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing.
It's crazy. Yeah, this
he is. He's waving to the fans. See that? He got the memo.
Yeah, T-Rex Nick DeFeo. Well, we knew the 50th season of GNCC was going to be historical, just in the idea alone that it is the 50th, but who knew we would have back-to-back very wild races, Johnny. Just what a way to start the season.
31 riders now checked in with 4 laps complete, so that is the hill that Johnny Gerard is going to have to climb upwards of 11 minutes and 12 positions to try to earn points here today. But if you're Johnny Gerard and you make it, Nick's not going to catch him before the finish line. You got to go for it, man. You just don't know what's going to happen. You fought this long to just gain 1 point here today, even if it's a 1 in a 500 chance of it happening. You got to go for it. Nick DeFeo, Mike, I'm going to let you call this one. We're basically. Oh, I guess he does have one more wood section still, but it's very short.
But yeah, Nick, boy, just incredible. I mean, this is the kind of ride that dreams are made of, like our buddy Rodney Tomlin says, and watching this young man come up through the youth ranks, I think back to all those battles he had with, oh man, who was it? Kid switched to moto, KTM kid.
Cole Forbes.
Cole Forbes, yes. And just Nick was always coming in second place, and you could just see almost a disappointment each race, and then he finally got things turned around in his youth career, had some success there. Plenty of top amateur honors, and moving up to the XC2. And just the irony of me talking to him prior to the race and him saying, man, I feel like I could maybe get an XC2 podium. I said, how about a win? I didn't mean overall win, but here you go.
Mikey, I've only ever been through this, situation one time in my life, and I can tell you that at this moment right here, it becomes really, really real. He's going to pop out here. He's got nothing but a couple of chicanes, basically, and the finish line ahead of him. And once that happens, like, in your mind, you're doing everything you can to just stay focused on the task at hand, to click off the corners, click off the laps, and then suddenly it's, clicking off the mile markers instead. Yeah. When you're clicking off the mile markers, you count them down, but at the same time, you're not thinking about it. When you can see the finish line, it's a lifelong goal, it's a dream, and it's all becoming very, very real for Nick DeFeo, and what an exciting moment for this young man.
Yeah, it'd be a nice emotional experience for Nick. I cannot wait to hear what Nick has to say about this. He's going to be low-key and chill about it, I'm sure, but, man, just well-earned. I mean, he has rode an absolute perfect race by all standards, and he's nearing that finish line now. A much, much welcome checkered flag from Ricky Towery.
This is it, man. He pops into these woods. He comes out. He's got 3 or 4 turns, and that is it. That will be the first ever win, both XC2 and overall. The first ever, we believe, I'm pretty certain of it, physical win from XC2, passing every XC1 rider and putting a gap of, I think when we had looked, 5 minutes 44 seconds on Jordan Ashburn at the time, or sorry, Ben Kelly. What more do you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's been perfect. The ride that dreams are made of. Nick DeFeo, you're going down in the GNCC history books, man. We're going to talk about this when Johnny is 80 and I'm 65. What? No, I'll be well into my 70s at that point. But here you go, Nick DeFeo. Congratulations to you, man. We did not see this one coming. I think if you say you did, you're lying. But it don't matter. The stats don't lie.
He's racing it right to the line.
He is absolutely pushing through.
There we go.
There we go. Emotion we want to see. Nick DeFeo. Better blow that bike up, man. Not that I'm encouraging it, but well-earned. Are you kidding me? T-Rex, the 246, is your overall winner of the VP Racing Fuels Big Buck GNCC. And you talk about a happy, happy crew down there. That is cool.
Very cool. What a day for that young man. What a day for that team. I mean, never put a foot wrong. We saw him one time on camera. It kind of put himself into a rut and have to get a little help getting out. Lost maybe 8-10 seconds at the most. Man, unbelievable. Unbelievable day for Nick DeFeo. Unbelievable day for the Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV MC Kawasaki Team Green Team. There's Stu Baylor, obviously done for the day, but team manager kicks in and he is congratulating his rider. Happy to get the team an overall win here and an XC2 win. Man,
I think Ryan Sipes knows a thing or two about coaching these guys and being a team manager for them. So, hey, welcome back to Ryan Sipes. Your guy did well. Stu Baylor, your guy did well.
That is awesome. Congratulations, Nick. You know, he's getting all the congratulatory hugs. We're going to get some cameras in his face. We're going to obviously have our man on the scene, our men on the scene, whichever be either Jackson or Zach, get Nick and get an interview. But we're going to wait a little while until we find out who gets second place here. Will it be Josh Toth? Will it be a 1-2 sweep for the Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV's MC team? Already grabbing the morning overall with that young lady right there, Rachel Archer. So a great kickoff to the weekend for these guys, or to the day. Possible they could still make it a 1-2 sweep.
That's actually very true, yeah.
Josh Toth was in second place last lap.
We threw that question, that hypothetical to Stu on Friday night. What about a sweep? You know, saying XC1, XC2. Well, you got the overall and the XC2 and the WXC, so I think he'd be quite happy with that.
I mean, that would be a sweep.
It's technically a sweep. Yeah. That's right. Didn't technically win the XC1 class, yes, but who cares, man? What a ride. Brian Holiday in house with us this weekend as well, there to celebrate with him.
Man, such a cool moment for this kid.
Yeah, clean those teefers. Got to have the pearly whites on display. What a ride, man. Just absolutely incredible. Nick, we want an interview with you at some point. Say, look at that. He's kissing babies, shaking hands. And he still can't believe it. And right now, Johnny, he probably feels like he could go for another hour. The adrenaline's so high.
Yeah, he's. You got to believe that the moment is getting very real for him. Looks like our man Zach Heron is down there. We're gonna get an interview and a word with him here in just a moment. They're prepping him. Zach, if you can hear us, I think we're ready to go.
I just asked Nick, I said, are you ready to talk to me? He said, I don't know what to say. I said, neither have we for that last couple of hours. Nick Feo, man, what a way to make an introduction to not only the XC2 class, but the first rider that we know of to physically overtake the lead. I'm not talking a few seconds. I'm talking multiple minutes on the rest, the best of the rest, man. What are you feeling right now?
I don't know, just pure excitement. I don't even know what to say. It's just such a good feeling. Put all hard work into this off season with the new team, and everything's just flowing right now. It's amazing. It's an awesome feeling.
Man, and we talked at the FanFest on Friday, and you kind of had some humble answers. You said, not quite as comfortable as I wanted to be. Can you get more comfortable than that? Is there more in the tank? I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. Your teammate coming across the line, going to finish second. You guys really seem to have something figured out here with this team.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes together when you're out there just riding. I was just out there, and I was out there, and I was just, and the bike just felt great. Once you just get into that flow, it just comes so natural, and I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's just this feeling is great.
Well, and that's what we're obviously expecting there from the truck, but it just seemed like you were feeling the flow. Didn't seem like you were pushing over your head. We did see that one little bobble there on the final lap. You went down, but even that, you seemed cool, calm, and collected. You got back up and got rolling. Were you aware of how much time you had to play with there on that final lap?
I mean, I wasn't too worried. I keep my heart rate so. I'm just out there on a cruise. Once these conditions come out, it just feels like I'm playing riding out there. So I was doing no footers in front of people. I was,
having fun and going fast. I want to let you soak this up and enjoy this win. But you think this is going to be a regular thing? Are we going to see more of this T-Rex to come?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, man. Well, huge congratulations. Nick DeFeo not only is officially here in the XC2 class, he's one to compete with for the overall win. Enjoy this.
All right, and we do have our top three overall checked in. Now it is Nick DeFeo taking your overall and XC2 win. Josh Toth, second place, so a 1-2 sweep for that Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV MC Kawasaki Team Green team. That's a lot to say. Third place overall and third place in that XC2 class, Angus Reardon for that Landers KTM team. Great ride for him today, overtaking his teammate Grant Davis on the final lap. Ben Kelly, fourth overall as they stand right now. Still waiting on Grant Davis to check in. Ben Kelly, your XC1 Pro class winner, fourth place overall as they are so far checked in. Again, we still do not have Grant Davis checked in, so we'll see if that holds for Ben, but he will be your XC1 class winner here today. Man. So definitely making the best of a rough day out there on the racetrack in some tough conditions, but making the best of the day, making the best of the race, and making the best of the start to the year. The Red Bear Rocky Mountain ATV MC Team Green team.
There it is.
That's so much. Nick DeFeo, Josh Toth, 1-2. Wow.
Yeah, just absolutely sensational. It looks like Zach Herron going to be standing by with our man Josh Toth down there with his second place finish here today.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Talk about a guy that's been there, done that. Josh Toth jumping over to the Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team. And you said things felt good with the team. Things felt good in the offseason. But, man, 1 and 2, not only in the XC2 class, but in the overall. What did you guys figure out in the offseason? Because you have come out swinging in 2025.
Yeah, I honestly, you just told me about the overall now. I didn't know where we were at. I felt good all day. The bike, yeah, it was just so tough on a bike. The clutch, just how hot it is with the mud and how sticky. But I was trying to manage it well, and then I had a couple things go wrong. I ran over a fan on one of the hill climbs and had to go back down. And then I got a big stick with like 2 laps to go, caught my rear wheel, and luckily a couple guys were able to help me yank it out. But I thought my bike was done for it, but it was just a big log in there. So, yeah, stoked on the ride.
Yeah, it's hard not to be, right? You had some good back-and-forth battle with Grant Davis as well. Touch a little bit about that, man. You guys are putting in not only battles for the XC2 wins, but it's shown the pace is there for the overalls on a regular basis.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I know I can be up there, and it's congrats to Nick. Yeah, I mean, he whooped my butt today, and I know we both grew up in Connecticut. I knew it since he was a little kid, so that's awesome to see.
Man, impressive. The entire Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team's got something figured out. Josh Toth second in XC2 and on the overall.
Well, there you go, guys. Josh Toth second overall today, second in that XC2 class. We are still waiting. We have not seen Grant Davis check in. Again, Gus Gus Reardon will be our third place overall rider, so we can get an interview with him. And then also, looks like we do have some more riders checking in there. Ben Kelly, fourth place overall, first in XC1. See if we can snag him for an interview. Lyndon Snodgrass, that's who we see there on screen. Fifth place overall, second in that XC1 class. 3 minutes, 19 seconds behind Ben Kelly. But that is a great opening round for Lyndon Snodgrass on a Lyndon Snodgrass sponsored Husqvarna, saying, hey guys, if I don't have a ride, I'm going to do this on my own. And what better way to do that than to start that off with the second place in the XC1 class for a privateer effort and fifth place as they stand currently in the overall. Still waiting on Grant Davis. And looks like we have Jackson Burrell down here with Gus Reardon.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Gus Reardon. Gus, man, you got up on the overall podium. You didn't even know when I came and told you. XC2 swept the entire podium. You're in the third place position. Take us through it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a super gnarly track. I got stuck too many times. Even some of the local boys from where I'm from, I owe them some two, 3 dinners. They pulled me out. I was real stuck, but other than that, it was started from the back and sort of made my way forward, and just sort of tried to stay smooth.
Man, how about the XC2 class? Getting up on this overall podium, it seems like you guys are really starting to push the pace.
Yeah, it's easy when we start behind because they lay in all the lines. It's like when you're cycling, you hop in behind someone, you just get pulled along. Yeah, those XC1 boys were doing the hard yards, and us XC2 boys get lucky and jump in behind.
Hey, regardless, man, you got it done. How you feel heading into the next few rounds?
I feel good. Confidence good first round. Win would have been cool, but not happy with third. Good points and ready to keep the season going.
All right, guys, that's your third place on the overall, Angus Reardon.
Wow. More riders checking in now. JoJo Cunningham and Gavin Simon, 5th and 6th place overall from that 250A class. What an unbelievable day of racing action here.
It's just leaves you without words. The racing today, GNCC history with the XC2 capturing the top 3 positions and with the top overall amateur guys putting on a show as well. I believe we're going to jump into our specialized race recap right here. 2025, the 50th season of GNCC on a delay after some gnarly storms that moved through this morning. We said hello and welcome back to that man, the 557 of Caleb Russell. Had that wide outside line. Johnny, your perspective on that. I was kind of a fan of it at first, didn't quite pan out for him.
Yeah, no, just didn't get the jump he needed, but it was hot and heavy, contested right off the start. Johnny Gerard grabbing the whole shot. Stu Baylor up there. All these guys up in the mix, and man, it was Lyndon Snodgrass ultimately ending up second place in that XC1 class. Got a good start, but had to fight for it all day long.
Saw some good battles through the FMF PowerPoint. This corner going to be famous for a long time. Good passing right there. Left that inside open, able to get around him. And a real quick interview with Mom there. But, Johnny, as this one more on, we just kept saying, well, is it going to be all 3 guys out of that XC2 class? Nick DeFeo taking the reins of this race and just taking away. And that was the single file line we saw a lot of out of the XC1.
Yeah, I mean, there was guys just nose to tail, and then this guy able to ride his way through the entire XC1 class and just march away, continuing to extend that lead. It was 50 seconds, then it was 3 minutes, and ultimately 3 minutes and I believe 26 seconds was the margin of victory over his nearest competitor, which was his teammate, Josh Toth.
Just a sensational ride, and really on that last half of the race, it was all about Nick DeFeo and what he was doing, and can't take anything away from Angus Reardon or Josh Toth in the 2 and 3 spot.
Yeah,
and all tough break there for Johnny Gerard.
This was really a turning point today for Johnny Gerard. Was running up solidly inside the top 5 overall, and then we can see this is him rejoining the race after he got that machine bump started, but lost a few minutes. Craig DeLong out, saying he had some bike issues. He did text me. Unfortunately, the machine just laid down, was not able to finish the event. No points for him. That was Gus Reardon taking off and leaving the pits, ultimately ending him 3rd place overall. Really, this was the only shot we have of
one mistake.
Nick DeFeo not being perfect all day today.
Yeah, and outside of that, and with the lead he had, I mean, he could have just about walked the bike into the finish line at that point, but you're just so happy. If you don't like watching Nick DeFeo grab an overall win today, you just don't like racing. Absolutely incredible. What an emotional display right there by Nick DeFeo coming in, getting that checkered flag. And sealing the deal, a head nod there from Ricky Towery, and there is mom and dad there to congratulate T-Rex Nick DeFeo. So we take a look at our top 10. T-Rex Nick DeFeo will finish first. Josh Toth second. Angus Reardon third. All out of the XC2 class. Ben Kelly XC1. JoJo Cunningham will take fifth place. Gavin Simon behind him in sixth. Those are both amateur riders.
Yeah, 258 top amateurs. Yep.
And then Lyndon Snodgrass doing it on his own this year, taking a seventh. That'd be second in the class. Grant third, Cody Barnes ninth, and Mike Wachowski rounding out the top 10. I believe Wachowski would take third in the XC1. And it sounds like we are standing by with Ben Kelly, your winner of the XC1.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Ben Kelly. Ben, you're off the podium, but nonetheless, you're the winner of the XC1 class. Actually, the only XC1 rider to be in the top 6. Take us through your day. Take us through your feelings on that.
Yeah, honestly, it was hard to understand the pit boards out there saying that I was P1 XC1, but like 6th overall and whatnot is like weird. But yeah, I just didn't have the best start. You know, I was kind of mid-pack, and it was tough out there that first lap. Like all the water, trying to break that trail, just it was a little sketchy, and I was like 6th place. You know, so it must have been crazy for the guys in front. But about 2 miles in, I just took a bad line, like a quad rut line, and to try to make a pass, and just buried the bike and. Yeah, I had to get off and, lift it out of there. So by the time I got that out, Nick DeFeo, the XC2 leader, was on my wheel, and the XC1 class was gone, and I was just, mad at myself. And so I just tried to, stick with him. I was in front of him for a bit, but then, he got by me, and, I just tried to stick with him, and we ended up catching the XC1 guys, and, I just tried to keep plugging along all day. It was tough. Track was really tricky and slick, and it was hard to figure out the lines out there, and I was making a few mistakes and just riding a little tight and just awkward, just not committing to stuff and confident, but kind of figured out there that the last 2 laps, and I just never gave up, just kept plugging away, and obviously not happy with the result. I wanted to win, I wanted to be on the podium, but with the mistakes I made that first lap, with how bad it was looking, I'm content and ready to move on to the next round.
Ben, how you feeling going into the next round? You got some valuable points against your XC1 competitors.
Yeah, it's cool. Cool to win XC1, but we're going for the overall. That's what I'm going for. Florida's a track I love. The last 3 times I raced there, I got the overall. So let's see if I can keep that streak alive and get on that overall podium and show these XC2 boys what's up.
All right, guys, you heard it. That's Ben Kelly, your XC1 winner.
Congratulations to Ben, but I love the outlook there by Ben Kelly as well. Johnny is, and he's right. I think anybody who was getting first in the XC1 today, but you got 3 guys out of the XC2 on the podium. Am I stoked about winning the class? Yeah, but that's not what I'm being paid to do.
Sure. Yeah, it's you got to ask yourself. I mean, it's 6th place overall. That's it's
baffling.
I think what we're seeing with him would be the same if we interviewed Lyndon Snodgrass and or Mike Wachowski. 3rd in XC1. We'll celebrate that. Yeah. We did what we came to do, get on the podium, but it's a lot of confusion of those guys right now. I think this is kind of a what just happened moment for a lot of people. And what just happened? Nick DeFeo put on a clinic, and Josh Toth, Gus Reardon, and so many others chased him right to the finish, and the XC2 boys and the 250A boys just put on a clinic.
It was a perfect storm, pun intended. We had a storm this morning, but nonetheless, it was a mutter. They all got to race the same track. I don't know what to say.
Congratulations, Nick DeFeo. Congratulations, anyone who finished this race. Yeah. What we did not anticipate being that tough of conditions, just the perfect storm. It was challenging conditions. It was exciting to watch. I'm sure it was frustrating for many of these guys, but we get to do it again in 2 weeks.
I'm so excited. In Florida, as Ben Kelly said, he has always been sensational there. Some of my favorite race memories came out of Ben Kelly in that one. Johnny, real quick, we'll look at our broadcast, upcoming broadcast. Final thoughts.
Wow. That's really what I'm thinking, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, congratulations to Nick DeFeo and the first ever XC2 sweep, but I'm flabbergasted. What a crazy day of racing and a lot of excitement.
Mine, basically the same. I think the XC1 boys are going to be as quiet as we are about our final thoughts these next few weeks as they prepare for Florida, because they got to be tired and sick and tired of hearing about it and seeing it. It's going to be a great race in Palatka at the Wild Boar GNCC. And, of course, we got Daytona Daytona coming up right after that. RCSX will be in there for that. And then we head to Talladega for round 3 of the 2025 GNCC season, the 50th season. So that's going to wrap things up. On behalf of Jackson Burrell, Zach Herron, Johnny Gallagher, our camera operators, Mike, Matt, Josh, Adam, Leah, Kirsten, and Jack, our drone pilot ×2 today, by the way. Some technical difficulties there. Shout out to Gabe being Johnny on the spot. Gabe Scholl, manager Dan Reinhardt, our engineer in charge Jordan McFadden, our director Don Hampton, producer Adam Gordon, and our executive producer Carrie Jo Russell. I'm Mikey Waynes, and we'll see you at the races.